welcome our public members.
I don't think we're on yet.
Just practicing.
Sound good.
Okay.
One more time.
Okay, you're good.
Good afternoon, committee. I'd like to call it Planning Advisory to order. Want to welcome our public members with us today, Pam and Sam. We hope you have an enjoyable afternoon. First item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from June 17, 2025. Any errors or omissions? If not, I'll move those approved. The first item on the agenda is subdivision bylaw, stormwater management amendments, request for first reading. And Debbie, you're free to begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So during their October 2023 council meeting, council passed a motion directing staff to write a report regarding stormwater management in unserviced areas of East Hants and provide options for council's consideration. That report was presented in March of 2024, at their March meeting, council passed the following motion to proceed with amending subdivision bylaw to require stormwater management plans for tentative plans of subdivision for all areas of the municipality and all road types, and authorize staff to hold a public information meeting. 3 public information meetings were held in May of 2025 to discuss the proposed amendments. So stormwater management. A stormwater system is defined in the subdivision bylaw as any drainage system, whether above or below ground, constructed to collect, control, and transport stormwater from the area of land being subdivided to a point of discharge. So this is different from a lot grading and drainage. The stormwater management plan is for the entire subdivision, whereas lot grading and drainage is just for a single lot. Currently, there are a few different land use scenarios that trigger the requirement for a developer to complete a stormwater management plan. So the subdivision bylaw. Part 12, stormwater management of the subdivision bylaw requires stormwater management plans to be completed for tentative plans of subdivision in growth management areas and in growth reserve areas where more than 3 lots or 2 lots and a remainder are being created. A tentative plan of subdivision is required when a new road is being constructed. Part 12.2 of a subdivision bylaw requires all land that is subdivided and drains into the 9 Mile River to have a stormwater management plan, no matter if the tentative plan of subdivision required or not. And that dates back from when we did our floodplain study, and we found that the 9 Mile River reacts very quickly to flood events or heavy rainfall events. Part 12 of the subdivision bylaw outlines in detail when and what kind of stormwater management plan is required. Stormwater design standards are included in the municipal standards, and municipal engineers confirm if a stormwater management plan has been designed per the municipal standards. So site plan approval. Depending on the zone and the use of the land, stormwater management plans may be required under some site plan approval criteria identified in the land use bylaw. Stormwater management plans in these situations are required to control stormwater at a particular development site and may not take into consider the greater community. The stormwater management plan would have to be prepared and accepted before the development officer approves the site plan approval. Not all site plan approvals require a stormwater management plan. Development agreement. So in some instances, a stormwater management plan or a preliminary stormwater management plan may be required during negotiations for a development agreement. For instance, during negotiations for a walkable comprehensive development district, a preliminary stormwater management plan is required, and at the subdivision stage, detailed stormwater management plans are required. Other development agreements for individual development sites may be required to have stormwater management plans as part of the terms of the development agreement. Therefore, a detailed stormwater management plan would have to be prepared and accepted before the development officer issues a development permit for the proposed land use. A development agreement for land located outside a growth management area or growth reserve area may contain a requirement for a stormwater management plan to be completed. Municipal standards. So, in the previous situations, all required stormwater management plans have to be prepared as per the municipal standards. The municipal standards require that a stormwater management systems are designed by professional engineer, and major stormwater systems have to be designed to carry the runoff from a 100-year storm event. Believe later on today you'll be hearing from our engineering team about updates to the municipal standards in regards to stormwater. Discussion. So under the current regulations, any developer constructing a new road outside of a growth management area or growth reserve area is not required to submit a stormwater management plan except for land adjacent to the 9 Mile River. It may be difficult for residents in areas outside of growth management areas or growth reserve areas who feel they are experiencing stormwater-related issues on their properties to prove their concerns. Since there is no stormwater management plans required, the municipality also has little recourse if an issue arises with that new development or that new road. Not requiring a stormwater management plan also means that a developer may not take into consideration how the construction of a new road may impact adjacent lands and existing developments. If council decides to require stormwater management plans for new developments in other areas of East Hants, it will be an extra expense for the developer. Stormwater regulations in Halifax. So Halifax uses different language from East Hants in the subdivision bylaw regulations to regulate stormwater management. However, a drainage plan and stormwater management system are required for all subdivisions where new streets are being created, and this includes both public and private streets located anywhere within the municipality. So they already have this in effect in Halifax. So we've included the proposed amendments to both the municipal planning strategy and the land use bylaw. Text in red is text to be deleted from our current policies, and text is in green is text to be added to our current policies. So these are the MPS amendments. And the following slide here shows the subdivision bylaw amendments, and again, text in red is to be deleted. Citizen engagement. So we had the PIM back in May, one in each region of the municipality. Notes from the public information meeting have been attached as Appendix A. And most of the comments from developers in relation to the lot grading and drainage bylaw that was held at the same meeting, so the discussion of both took place at the same meeting. Most of the developers who work in both Halifax and East Hants are already used to doing the stormwater management plans as part of their subdivision applications in Halifax. And at their June 25th, 2025 meeting, council decided not to proceed with amending bylaw P1200, that lot grading and drainage bylaw. And what we're recommending today is we do first reading, be given to the proposed subdivision bylaw amendments, and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. Councilor Hebb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move the recommended motion. Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council give first reading to proposal to amend the municipal planning strategy and subdivision bylaw to require stormwater management plans in the unserviced areas of the municipality for the purpose of enabling a public hearing, and authorize staff to schedule a public hearing.
Second.
It's moved in second. Nobody wishing to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed 12-1 with Councilor Rhino voting nay. Thank you, Debbie, for that report. Next item on the agenda is single egress and ingress areas, a follow-up report, also by you, Debbie, so you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So staff was asked to bring back this report, and I'm just going to do a very quick summary. Basically, since the spring of 2023, staff have been asked to do a variety of research and was given a direction from council to not consider development agreements where there's over 100 dwelling units on a single access. We were also asked to look at the history of the 100 lot regulation of the subdivision bylaw, and the provision in the subdivision bylaw came into effect in 2006 as part of a plan update. And in 2006, the provision for the 100 lots and a remainder on a single road access to a collector arterial street was for just the growth management areas and the growth reserve areas. Then in 2013, the East Hants subdivision bylaw was reviewed, and as part of the review, Infrastructure and Operations requested that the single lot regulation be applied to the entire municipality because concerns with a growing development within the rural areas. So that was done in 2013, and council approved those regulations on July 25th. In 2016 and 2023, no changes were made to that regulation. However, council adopted additional regulations to encourage connectivity. Council passed a motion requesting that staff consult with the East Hants Fire Services. So we did so at their meeting on March 1st, 2025, and notes have been added here. We also went out and consulted with each of the fire departments where there is a single access area and over 100 lots. And we have received comments from those areas here. And we've also reached out to the RCMP, and they provided us with their comments as well. So all those comments are provided in the staff report, and they're here if you want me to go through them. We consulted with Halifax because they're also grappling with the issue of existing subdivisions constructed on one access, and they're looking at a variety of different approaches as they're completing their research. Council also passed a motion asking us to reach out to Nova Scotia Public Works. So 2 letters were sent from the municipality to Nova Scotia Public Works. We received 1 letter back, and just the other day, the Director of Planning and Development received another letter indicating that Nova Scotia Public Works will meet with us to discuss K-class roads and allowing them to be set up for emergency access points, but I'm not sure if a meeting has been set up yet. Not yet, okay. The options are the same as the last report that was presented, and so no real changes there. Citizen engagement, I'll just let you know that any changes to the subdivision bylaw does require a public information meeting. And the recommendation is the same as the last staff report as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie. Councilor Musa, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I read in the report, as of now, we're allowing a subdivision of over 100 lot if there's tentative subdivision for another access, right?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't quite hear the question.
So right now, if somebody put in a subdivision plan with a second access point in the future, we're allowing that to be developed in phases?
So you, Mr. Chair, no. Under the current regulations, unless there's already a development agreement that has been approved by council, once you get to that 100 lot limit, you have to have that second access. It allows for, the provision allows for the engineer to consider development applications, and that's what happened in, for example, Armco and FH development in those WCDD areas. They're allowed to develop 300 dwelling units, whether that's on a single access, whether that's single lots or in apartment building format. They're allowed 300 dwelling units before that second access is provided. So that was done as part of development agreement negotiations as part of the WCDD.
Okay. So that second access, how much time they have to provide it? Like, usually, like, roughly?
It's not based on time, through you, Mr. Chair, it's not based on time, it's based on number of dwelling units. So it doesn't actually state an amount of time. They have a certain amount of time to complete the development, and that's in the development agreement. I can't remember off the top of my head what those time limits are.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Is that all, Councilor? Thank you. Councilor Dixon.
Thank you. Through the chair to staff. Okay, the letter to the minister has been replied. This meeting hopefully will be soon and be aggressive. Because it's been, 3 months since we wrote the letter to him originally, so that's not a great return on the province, which is norm.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was 2 letters that were sent out.
Right.
We had 1 response, and then there was a second letter the warden sent out not too long ago,
Month and a half ago?
probably around the 1st of June. somewhere's in there. And then
okay.
that's when John had the response for the phone call from the.
So if the municipality, or sorry, the province decides to do some of the K roads, then that would be included, we'd be looking at the one off Renfrew Road to go out towards 9 Mile River would be the one I would be pushing for. And that would help address the number of homes there, up to the exit there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and that was the example that was provided to them in the letter that went out the last time. We provided a map showing the K-class road route. We had it confirmed by Nova Scotia Public Works what that actual route was at that point in time. I'm not sure, John,
To
actually.
you, Mr. Chair, I'll add to that the intent of the meeting is not to open up all K-class roads. It was really to identify those specific ones in East Hants that could help with, and obviously Renfrew was one of them.
Renfrew, and then the other ones were Mount Uniac.
Yeah.
And in the letters from the fire chiefs, I think Mount Uniac had some of the same comments, was do some investigation on dry hydrants in the area, and portable hydrants. I don't know if we've anything come back on that. know
Through you,
Chief
Mr. Chair, I
Lindsay-
believe Adam may have been looking at that. I'm not sure. He did attend the meeting with the fire services on March 1st, and he was aware of the dry hydrant request.
So can we get that to looked into as possible? Because that would, whether we extend the roads or whatever we do, we still need water in the area. And I think there's, possibility maybe working with some of the area to get access to the water. I think also in his report was Fire Smart, some of the area as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So the Fire Smart principles, we're going to be looking at that as part of the community plan update. And John brought back actually some information from his conference.
Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Well, nobody can accuse us of not studying this issue to death. But having heard from the two fire departments and their concerns, and having heard the concerns of the RCMP, and these are the organizations that keep us safe in this municipality, and having had the professional advice from our own staff, I simply cannot see my way clear to doing anything but following staff's recommendation. Now, I will stop short of making the motion at this time because I know there are several other counselors who wish to speak, but that's where I'm at right now, based on staff's recommendation, based on the fire department responses, and based on the RCMP responses. I do not have the technical knowledge or anything to overrule those folks, and I will be supporting staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Counselor Merriam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Debbie, good afternoon. So question about the meeting that will happen with the province about K-class. So just to kind of recap that a bit again so I understand, what we're trying to get out of that would be to maybe come up with a strategy or a solution, or see if they're amenable to, for specific instances of K-class roads, of potentially putting some money into improving the standard. And that could be, I don't mean to get super hypothetical, but I think it is relevant because we're looking at, we're considering a policy change. So I'm just trying to kind of foresee what could happen there. So is it possible that the outcome of that meeting with the province could be an ad hoc solution to specific areas of development by improvement of so it's not a global policy, but it could be an ad hoc solution, could be the outcome. Is that right?
I'll let John.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think so. Again, I guess what we would be looking for is the province to make a commitment to maintain certain K-class roads so that they're passable. And if that's the case, then I think we could come back and look at amendments that would allow, we would call them emergency accesses. I don't think they would be for future subdivision on those roads, but if they're available for emergency access, then I think maybe you could relook at your 100 lot policy here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So thinking out loud, I'm just wondering if we are almost getting ahead of ourselves, cart before the horse today, because really relevant information could come from those discussions that could be could be an interesting solution or partial solution that could affect the decision we ultimately make. I'm, we'll let others speak, but perhaps, one option is tabling this until after we have that information. It's just an idea, but I'll hold off on that thought for now. That's it, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, you just mentioned something there, Debbie, about developments that through development agreement have been allowed, it's been agreed upon that they can build up to 300. Is that what you said?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. So in 2 or 3 of our WCDD areas, we put into the development agreement that they could do up to 300 dwelling units on a single access, and that was in consultation with staff from infrastructure and operations, or engineering staff, the road authority. Yeah, so there's 3 of them. However, in 2023, that spring or summer of 2023, council passed a motion so that we can no longer negotiate with developers to allow for more than 300 dwelling units on an existing access. And actually, the FH Development one was the trigger for that up in Milford. And that one, they have to put in what would be considered an emergency access after they get to the 100 lots in order to get to 300. And then after that, they have to build the road, I believe it is. So it was at that point in time when we were doing that negotiation for that development agreement that council
So you
changed their
put in
approach.
a hard, fast limit at 300?
Through Mr. Chair, no, it was based on feedback from the previous, for example, for the Armco application and I believe the Clayton application. It was a negotiation with the municipality, and the infrastructure and operations at the time had said up to 300 before the second access was required. However, with negotiations at 2023, when we brought it forward to council, it was changed. So it's 100 lots, 100 dwelling units, that's the limit, and then that emergency access has to be put in place at that point in time.
Okay. So is this, for example, say, going in Rolston, I believe, across from McDonald's? The new development that is expected to go in there?
Through Mr. Chair, I'm not quite sure what the regulations are on that application. This FH development was for the one at the very end in Milford, like the first piece of property in Milford, I guess it is.
Okay. I'm just thinking of that development that's going in, that is going to attach to Elmwood, that they're actually already clearing
Clearing, yeah.
up through Elmwood, continuing that way. I thought, in my head, I was thinking that they were going to come in from the Ralston Drive so that they wouldn't be adding to the already, what would it be in there now? 300 odd houses in Elmwood?
Yeah, there's over 300 dwelling units.
So I
believe.
was thinking that they were going to come in from the Ralston end. In that way, they weren't adding any more to the existing, but coming in and eventually connecting.
Yeah.
Is that what they're doing?
Through
John
you,
might
Mr.
know
Chair,
more.
yes, they are actually starting from the Rolston end. I think they're clearing and they're using that existing street as access into their site, but the phasing of the subdivision does start from Rolston and move back.
Okay, so they're going through Elmwood now and clearing.
Yeah.
But it's actually essentially coming in from the other end.
Yeah.
I see, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rhino.
Yeah, thank you. Through the staff. What would be, in such as places, Monte Vista Road in there, what would be the current lots in there currently now?
So you, Mr. Chair, I can tell you that in just one sec. Number of lots, 267. Number of dwelling units, 172. And approximate potential population is 413.
So as it stands right now, how much more development can go in there?
According to our current regulations, no more new lots. They can continue to build on the existing lots.
So what if, let's say hypothetically, somebody wanted to give a lot to their son, daughter, relative, whatever, could they build a residence in there now?
They can't subdivide the land, but
So they
if,
can't subdivide the land?
but
so-
if you can put some of that land in there is zoned rural use, and you could put two dwellings on a rural use portion of property for the intention of future subdivision. So we do allow for two homes on a rural use portion of property. Now, on the other zones, on the lakeside, which is zoned R1, you wouldn't be able to do that, though you could have an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, through you to staff. I remember the original intent of this was to, not create any more subdivisions like Elmwood in there that have that many homes and only one access and entrance. There was no intent to limit development off provincial roads and things, and this is, somehow it's morphed into that. I don't agree with that. But in number 4, what would it look like? How much havoc would it create to create municipal classification of roads separate from the provincial class? And could I get an answer on that? And how would we go about it? And would it, if we went with that way, what problems do you see exist?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so you could potentially amend your subdivision bylaw and create your own classification of roads, and that could include your provincial roads as well, because you're not changing it from the Nova Scotia Public Works point of view. You'd be changing it in relation to the use of the subdivision bylaw in relation to Section 12 of the subdivision bylaw. As the impact that would have, you'd have to determine some sort of how you determine what roads would be a collector road and what roads wouldn't be, because you wouldn't want to consider private roads that are dead-end roads and maybe not built to the same quality as a provincial road as a collector. I don't think you would want to do that, but I could be wrong. So you'd have to come up with some sort of criteria in order to rank the road to determine which ones would be collector versus which ones would be still your subdivision or local roads. And that would include amendments to your subdivision bylaw, public information meetings, and your public hearing as well.
Okay. All right, that's it for now.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just for some information on the Mount Uniacke Volunteer District Fire Department's responses. I did talk to the members who helped provide this information to council, and their concerns were roads over number of dwellings. They clearly articulate in here their issues are with the construction of the roads and how, regardless of the number of dwellings, there are road issues currently being faced by departments where you have gravel roads or dirt roads. That was their main point of issue. Looking at single access was beyond just the number of dwellings on the road. It was the actual being able to get into the road at all for anybody who's currently there, not just if there was any further expansion. So if you look at their comments and you understand why there's a lot of detail about the sides of the road being soft, how the vehicles can drive down the roads, it's the road conditions just as much as the number of dwellings. So I just wanted to make sure that that was known to all members of council, so it's clear what their intent was for that. They weren't really looking at whether it should be 100 or 120, 130 homes. They were saying these current roads are hard for us to pass regardless of the number of homes that are on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Yes, but having said that, I'm sure that if the condition of the roads currently, they don't feel is adequate for safe egress or ingress and fire vehicles, they would probably not support adding more dwelling units onto those roads under current conditions. So I stand by my previous comments that we have significant expertise in this room, in our staff, who have created multiple reports for us on this subject. And I know we don't all like what these reports are saying, but that doesn't negate what they are saying, and it doesn't negate what the fire departments have said, and maybe there's work to be done around roads or something too, but that's separate from this. And it certainly doesn't take away from the RCMP, who were quite unequivocal in their comments. And these are the people that, if there is a wildfire, that are going to be in the middle of this, not me. And not most of us, maybe a couple of us, but not most of us. So, you know, I'm not against development, and I'm really hopeful that, you know, at least we've got to the point of having a meeting with the province. And I would have no issue coming back here if the province is agreeable to doing something that we can live with around K-class roads, to making amendments to allow that to happen. But I suspect the amendments might even be site-specific amendments based on the K-class roads, not perhaps just, it's not going to be all K-class roads. So, you know, if we do nothing, if we table this, then the status quo continues the way it is. I just wonder if, for clarity, you know, it would be my preference that we bite the bullet and we say we're sticking with the status quo for now. But knowing if new information comes in through discussions with the province, either way, we're going to come back again and see if there's something we can do. For example, in the Monte Vista Renfrew area, if something can be worked out there around emergency accesses, absolutely, we should be having a discussion again about that. But as the situation is now, is what I have to look at, because that's what's in front of us now. And I remember with the original, you know, time when we brought this in as well, but I'll just comment that that was prior to the Tantallon fires, and prior to the realization, I suspect for most of us, that, you know, we read about wildfires in the West and saw them on TV, and it was an eye-opener to see wildfires like that spread that rapidly, destroy homes, and, you know, it was an eye-opener, and that's popular or not, that's what I keep coming back to. So, as I stated before, I am basing my opinion at this time on the opinion of our very qualified staff, of our fire departments, and our RCMP. And that's just where my vote is going, folks. So, anyway, I'm going to move at this time that Planning Advisory Committee recommends that council maintain the current subdivision bylaw regulations regarding 100 lots on a single ingress-egress.
Second. It's moved in second, but I have some people on before the motion. So I'll give them some leeway. Councilor Dixon?
Thank you. Through chair to staff again. Another option in the Renview area would be possibly looking into the Scott Paper Road. I know it's a logging road, and that would be a good base. It may be something more feasible to look at and to have a second way out for this area. So I wondered if we could ask you to look into it if possible. Or maybe something that would come up with a discussion with the Department of Public Works for the province.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think that one's provincially owned, though.
No.
Right. So that's the issue. I think what we're looking for with the province is to have, to make sure that there's a publicly maintained road to allow more development. In this case, we could enter into an agreement, I guess, with the developer that they maintain it, but then, what's the longevity of that? So there's an issue, I guess, with using a logging road or a private road that way.
Would the province consider financially helping to fix that road for the safety of the residents they represent?
We can ask, but
I'm throwing things
I
at
think
you.
it's a stretch with the K-class, let alone private roads.
It's all a stretch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair, obviously, I'm going to support the motion. I second it. And I'm for development, and I'd love to be able to put 1,000 homes in there without having another egress road. But, based on all the points that the warden said, the fire department, the police, the staff report, like everything is very thorough in front of us. I don't know what is going to happen with K roads down the road or what other potential solutions are going to be, but I could not see myself voting against what the RCMP and the fire department and staff have put in front of us here. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garden-Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I need more clarification, Debbie. When you talked about the 172 maybe current builds on the Renfrew and Monte Vista Road, and then the potential for 400 and some, and the number in between, and you mentioned lots versus the potential for there to be more lots, like say lots that already exist out there. But the 100 lots wouldn't allow for anything else to be built out there, whether it's current lots or not. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so under the as-of-right provision, so this isn't a development agreement out in Renfrew Road, Grand Lake area, it would be as-of-right development. If there's a lot already existing in that area, somebody has the right to develop that lot. So we don't have any regulations in place that would stop somebody from developing. So if there's already, 200 lots there that don't have any houses on it, somebody could come in today and apply for building permits on those 200 lots and get building permits.
And you're saying that there is a substantial number of lots out there that would be the case?
There's 267 lots and there's 172 dwelling units, so that's about 100.
90, so there's like
100 lots.
95.
Yeah, and that doesn't, so people can also build accessory dwelling units, and as I mentioned, there is rural use zone land there, which allows for 2 dwellings to be on a lot, as long as it can be subdivided in the future as well. So there's different circumstances that you can develop more than one dwelling unit on a lot.
So you're telling me that there's the potential for 95 lots to be built out,
Yes,
unrestricted. Also,
there's accessory dwelling units. that could be
accessory dwellings
Yep.
on the existing number and also the 95?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Now, some of those might already have accessory dwelling units, so you'd have to.
That's all, Counselor? Yes, that's all. Counselor Musa.
I want to add to what Councillor Garden-Cole was saying. So we're allowed now to put 274 homes on the existing lots, but we're objecting a subdivision that could lead to a possible. I seen it, like you go up, there's 2 more lots, then you're on the main road. So by stopping this and allowing 275 homes and possibly double that with the accessory dwelling, what did we do? Like we went against our bylaws so many times. Since 2004, we've been going against our bylaws, and we're not doing anything to fix it for those new people that we allowed against our bylaws, and we're stopping that development that could lead to a second access. I don't understand what we're doing here. So I think we should be thinking about I don't know the word, but we should be thinking about allowing people to build something to lead us to another access in the future. It's no different than allowing here. I was reading at 10.16, no more than 100 lots and a remainder shall be serviced by a single road access to a collector or arterial street. Notwithstanding, the municipality may permit more than 100 lots with a single road street to a collector or arterial street if the development is subject to a development agreement, master plan. So that could be after 3 years that the second access will be in. So what happened if the fire happened 2 weeks after they put those lots and the second access is not there? So what did we achieve? What's the difference? What difference between the rural area and the master subdivision in this area, like in the serviced area? I don't understand what's the difference. If you're gonna allow a second road after 3 years, if something happened in the 3 years, what's the difference? Like, same situation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarification, council has passed a motion since 2023, so we're not allowed to negotiate for those master plan communities anymore and allow for more than 100 dwelling units. It could be only 50 lots and 100 dwelling units, so there's an outstanding motion of council that directs us not to be able to do that
Okay,
anymore.
I didn't see that here.
Yeah, it's not in the subdivision bylaw, it's just an outstanding motion of council that tells planning staff not to negotiate a development agreement that has more than 100 dwelling units on a single access without the second access being provided or that emergency access, so.
I still stick with you. We should allow, we're talking about connectivity. You cannot connect to a major road if you don't allow those subdivision. And if you already have 300 or possible 500, what's the difference between 500 and 550? So you got to allow that connection to happen. I don't know if somebody see it beside me, but that's how I see it. If you don't allow the first connection, how are you going to get the second and the third and allow to go to the main road? Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I will be supporting the motion, although reluctantly. I've thought about it a lot, but I just can't bring myself to ignore the expert advice that we sought. So, like I said, I will be supporting the motion, although reluctantly. I hope we can find a workaround or solution to this problem in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will not be supporting this motion because the simple matter is this is what's currently happening, so nothing is changing. And as Councillor Merriam talked about earlier, which I thought would have been a good idea, would be to table this pending the discussions with the province to see what comes out of those discussions, because maybe the province has ideas that we haven't thought about here, and there's many other things. And what's going to happen? Then we're going to have to come up with another report. We're going to have to come up with another type of thing, and then we're going to have to amend our thing again. So we're doubling the work of staff by closing this off now to having to reopen it later with something else when there was information coming. And we've had this on the books for a long time, and we have talked. Everything that everybody talks about, the professionals and their recommendations is currently what we're doing, and it won't change. So this motion, literally, whether we made it or tabled it, it wouldn't change anything because the status quo is what this motion is for. So I don't see the need to rush to put this through when we do have talks ongoing with the province that could come up with possible solutions and lead to something, as Councillor McPhee alluded to, that could give us some other solutions. It's kind of like we're trying to rush through something here, and I just think there's no harm in waiting because it's the exact same thing that we're doing now. So I will not support the motion.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rhino.
Thank you. Well, it's no surprise I won't be supporting motion, but I'd like a point of clarification, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. through you to Debbie, did you say 95 more lots or 95 more dwelling units can be put on right now?
There's approximately 95 empty lots, so that means that there's nothing built on those lots currently. So those could be built upon. But there's also the option, because we allow for accessory dwelling units, that if there's houses out there that qualify for the accessory dwelling units, then there could be additional dwelling units brought on from those accessory dwelling units.
Out of those then 95 lots, is there any restriction, I mean, other than the normal ones, to multiple dwelling units on each lot?
As I mentioned, there's the accessory dwelling unit provision, so there's, somebody could build a house and then have your accessory
No,
dwelling unit.
I'm saying, could there be a 12 or 20 unit apartment building?
No,
being-
no, no, no.
No?
Nothing. No, you're not allowed doing those out there, so you're not allowed having an apartment building. Under the rural use zone, you can apply for a development agreement for 8 units. So there could be that possibility, but nothing as much as 20 dwelling units
Okay.
on a single lot.
But on those lots, you could apply for an 8 unit.
You could apply for a development agreement for an 8 unit, yeah, up to 8 units. Yeah, with the current motion from council, as I said, we'd have to take a look at the actual wording of the motion, because
So hypothetically, you could take 95, multiply by 8 and by development agreement, and you could have that many more, correct?
that seems a little unlikely.
No,
just
but it would, hypothetically, would that be correct?
Not as of right, through, it would have to be through council approval,
By development agreement.
by development agreement. through
That's what I
council
said. By development agreement, we could have 8 times 95 in there. Like, I don't know where we're going with that. There you go.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Rolston?
Well, I'm not entirely sure that you could do that through development agreement based on the outstanding motion of council. That would have to be reviewed. Previously, yes, you could have, but anyway, that's subjective and would be, but I don't think there's a clear path forward to 400 and some units or whatever being built there. With regards as to whether to pass this now or pass it not, I will tell you, my reason for moving the motion now is simply because we have been kicking this around for so long, and the development community is waiting and watching. And also, out of respect for the amount of time and work our staff have put into these reports and making their recommendations, and out of respect for the fire departments who took the time to give us their input and the RCMP. And it doesn't change, in my opinion, the ability to make changes, because whether we pass this motion or not, the status quo is the status quo. And new information that comes from the provincial government around K-class roads or anything else will require the same amendments, whether this motion is passed or whether it's not. Nothing will have changed there. We will have to have reports around what requirements on K-class roads, what's going to happen, and exactly what's going to be allowed and how it will work, whether or not we pass this motion or not. And we can say, well, I don't know what we're doing. We can be so many houses built. Yes, there can. But we unfortunately do not have the ability to go back in time and make changes to what's already been approved. We can't fix problems that have happened in the past or anything that's happened in the past. All we can do is try to address things going forward so that we don't create more problems and greater problems. I'm really not against development, and I'm really impressed that the province has come back and said, we'll sit down and talk to you about these specific K-class roads. Maybe it won't mean anything, but this is the very first time they have even taken that step and agreed to do it. And I take, I take some encouragement and some hope from that. So I'll be supporting the motion. It doesn't change anything. Councillor Perry is absolutely right. But to me, it sends a message to the fire service, to the RCMP, and to our staff that I value the work that they have done, because it might not be very long, and we may be going back and asking them to do it again or to do some more. And You know, I would like to be able to say, yes, I took your input into consideration. That's why we decided to stick with the status quo for now. When we get new information, we'll be back to ask you some more questions. You know, would this solve the issues that you have if this K-class road allows development? Whatever the questions are, have to be asked regardless. Those are my comments, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Warden. Council moves, anything new?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment about, I agree with the warden that the development community is waiting. And I think by tabling the motion, anybody could take it off when we get information instead of waiting 2-3 months to bring it back by staff. So if in the next meeting something happened and we have new information, anybody can untable the motion and we start over. So we don't have to wait for staff to bring us to find time for it or something. So we could put it on a table and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Warden Rolston?
Through you, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, we don't have to do that whether the motion's tabled or not. If new information comes forward next month, whether this motion would be on the table, lifting that wouldn't help anything. We would still have to introduce the new information that we receive and go based upon, because we don't have that information. It's not built into this yet. So regardless of whether we vote on this or whether we don't, it doesn't change the fact. And I don't think it would be 2 or 3 months. Well, it might be 2 because we don't meet in August. But if the province is amenable and proposes something that sounds workable, then we still have all this information. It's not going anywhere. And it's just a matter of staff putting the new information into it and going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed by a vote of 7-6 with Councillor Dixon, Councillor Hebb, Councillor Musa, Councillor Rhino, Councillor Perry, and Councillor Garden-Cole voting nay. Thank you, Debbie, staff, for your expertise, and council for their comments. Next item is the municipal housing strategy, and John, you can begin when you're ready.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think as most councillors and public members remember, that council approved the establishment of a municipal housing working group to aid in the development of a housing strategy. And the working group consisted of members from council, the East Hants Development Community, the nonprofit housing community, the East Hants Chamber of Commerce, as well as one public member at large. And the group met regularly, not every month, but on a fairly regular basis between March 24 and this month, and has now completed its work. And there were a number of background papers that the working group reviewed and discussed. Not all of that information obviously made it into the strategy, but all these topics were discussed, and all of the reports were then also posted for council's information. And at their meeting on July 2nd, the working group passed a motion recommending approval of the East Hants housing strategy. To get into a bit of the detail, so the strategy identifies that East Hants has been doing, I think, actually a really good job producing housing at a historic pace in the last few years. There was a housing needs assessment conducted by Turner Drake under contract to the province, and they did one for every municipality in the province. It identified a need of 200 dwelling units per year in East Hants from 2022 to 2032 to meet demand but predicted based on our historic production that only 175 units would be built per year. That would have led to a 535 unit deficit by the year 2032. However, that's not what happened at all, or is not what is happening so far, as you can see. So this is the table from the Turner Drake study, which identified the 175 units a year being produced and a deficit by the end of 535 units. But as you can see in the first 3 years here, East Hants has been overproducing that, and in fact, 2024 more than double what that study said was required. So again, an enormous amount of housing is actually being produced in East Hants. And all that housing is great, but of course, none of it would really be classified as affordable because it's all market housing, rental and for sale. And affordable would basically mean up to 30% of your gross income would be spent on housing. That would include your rent as well as utilities. And, if you're a low-income Nova Scotian earning minimum wage, that means you could only afford about $850 a month on rent and utilities. And I don't think there's too much out there for rent in that price range. Certainly none of the new stuff being built here. Another notable finding is that the housing stock in East Hants is changing rapidly to meet needs, and I think this is a positive trend. And again, historically, almost all the housing built in East Hants were single-unit dwellings. So our current housing stock, 84% of what's out there are single-unit dwellings. However, when we look at the 2024 building permits, you see that 41% are single-unit dwellings. So 59% are other things like multi-units, townhouses, and semi-detached. So a huge shift in what's being built in East Hants. And in theory, those other forms of housing can be more affordable. So if not affordable, more affordable than a single-unit dwelling. It was also found that East Hants is quite underserved in terms of public housing and nonprofit housing. So about 2.6% of all the housing stock in Nova Scotia is public housing. In East Hants, that's only 0.83%, so you see a huge disparity there. And in the nonprofit sector, the only organization that we're aware of that's providing housing in East Hants is CCOA. And again, a fairly limited number of units that they have for a very specific group. And the public housing is really important because it's what is called deeply affordable. So again, the lowest income Nova Scotians that need that type of housing. The strategy also found that there's an estimated 50 individuals in East Hants experiencing some form of homelessness. And these numbers are really hard to find. They're actually, this is an estimate of an estimate. I took a study that was done for the Annapolis Valley. So they looked at Annapolis County through to West Hants and estimated the number of homeless people in that area. And just based on population, we extrapolated that to East Hants. So numbers in this area are really hard to find. But based on that number, we should expect there would be about 50 people experiencing some form of homelessness. And of those, you would actually have 9 or 10 that are actually, literally sleeping rough. And although more housing and more types of housing are obviously part of the solution, it's also clear that more needs to be done to ensure that more affordable housing and deeply affordable housing is developed in East Hants. So the strategy notes East Hants sees housing as a shared responsibility between the 3 levels of government, the private development industry, and the nonprofit housing sector. And the strategy also goes into some detail to talk about the stuff that East Hants has already done and is currently doing. So East Hants Council has approved developments that will enable nearly 7,500 new dwelling units. And that housing contains a wide range of unit types that will eventually house almost 18,000 new East Hants residents, which would be an increase of 72%. So a huge amount of housing in the pipeline. And additional units are currently in the application process, and developer interest does remain strong in East Hants with a number of other projects in discussions. There's some other things here about things in our current regulations, like small option or group homes are permitted as single unit dwellings. East Hants planning documents do use a variety of zones that permit denser forms of housing, including manufactured housing, multi-unit, semi-detached, and townhouses. There's also provision for unique housing solutions such as accessory dwelling units, tiny homes on wheels, and urban cottage developments. Accessory dwelling building permit fees have been waived until December 31st, 2026. And East Hants has also been planning for and making critical investments in sewer and water infrastructure to enable growth, for specifically, most recently, the expansion of the Anfield Water Treatment Plant and the Shibenacadie Wastewater Treatment Plant. And I can tell you, talking to my colleagues around the province, a number of municipalities are now hitting the wall in this area. They don't have the capacity to keep growth moving along. However, the strategy also makes it clear that East Hants does not see itself as a builder or operator of non-market housing. Larger municipalities like HRM has gotten into this game, but we don't see a role for East Hants in this area. So the strategy itself, the key part of it, I guess, are the 16 priority strategies and 30 action items. So under these 16 priority strategies, there are 30 action items that are broken out. And I didn't intend to go through every one. I was going to point out the ones I guess I felt were more significant. And obviously, if there are questions about other ones, happy to answer. And you'll notice all the ones that relate to changes to planning regulation basically refer these items to the plan review that's due to start early next year. So the first one I would point out is the possibility of permitting 5 mini homes on a lot in the rural use north zone as of right. There was some discussion at the committee about this, and it was felt this is an area where there was no land use regulation previously, so it felt a reasonable thing to do. There was some discussion about, well, at what point are you becoming a mobile home park kind of thing? And anyway, in the end, the number was set at 5. Also permitting mini homes across the municipality is an affordable housing option with an emphasis on permitting mini homes in serviced areas. So currently, this would not be permitted in your serviced R1 and R2 zones. So the recommendation here is that through the next plan review, actually consider allowing mini homes, if not everywhere, in some areas that are actually serviced. Again, because it can be an affordable housing option. And then also to permit 16-foot wide townhouses to enable the use of manufactured housing for that purpose. And this is exactly the same as the ask you currently have from one developer in Clayton. So this would, the intent here would be to make that available to all developers. And to reduce lot area and frontage requirements in unserviced areas while ensuring the lot is technically feasible. Obviously, septic and well have to work. And there is quite a disparity. So in a serviced area, if you just compare an R1 to an RU lot, you need 7 times as much land in the RU zone and twice as much frontage, and obviously all that adds cost. But obviously, if that were to be done, you'd have to be very careful about what you set those parameters at to make sure that obviously a well and septic still work. The next one, consider offering a height and or unit bonus to developers who are offering a federal or provincial affordable housing program. And again, the incentives was, there were a lot of discussion about incentives, and this would be one that you could offer developers where they get a little more density if they're doing affordable housing. And then the next two would be to enable semi-detached and townhouses to potentially have accessory dwelling units. Currently, only single unit dwellings can have accessory dwelling units. So, for example, you could have a semi-detached dwelling with a basement apartment. I think the key issue with both of these would be parking. That always seems to come up. So if this is changed, I think that would have to be part of the regulations to ensure there's adequate parking for those additional units. Review the East Hants disposal of surplus property policy to consider prioritizing the utilization of suitable properties for affordable housing. And again, that's just a way you can work with the development industry to, I guess, provide, land obviously is at a premium, and if land can be made available for affordable housing, that would help. Explore the option of implementing a tax relief program for nonprofit organizations that provide housing within East Hants. And one of the organizations we've been talking to actually thinks this is the most important thing a municipality could do, because it opens up so much more borrowing ability for them. For every dollar in tax relief, they get X number of dollars that they can add onto a mortgage. And then other changes, for example, ensuring emergency shelters would be permitted at appropriate locations. Currently, there are none in East Hants, and, you know, you have to think in the future there will be a need. And also communicate to the province the need for additional supports for those experiencing rural homelessness. And rural homelessness is different. You know, you don't have the social supports or the shelters in a rural area. And in fact, it's a much more hidden problem, I think, as I tried to find some stats. So obviously, I think that should be communicated to the province in all their work. And also communicate to the province the need for additional non-market housing and public housing in East Hants, and specifically point to the low ratio of public housing and absence of co-op housing in East Hants compared to provincial averages. And I think this really is one of the key messages from the strategy, is that East Hants really is underserved in this area. And then the last one I pointed out, actively recruit community housing providers to undertake projects in East Hants. And as I said, we had been talking to one organization that is in the nonprofit space, and they sort of work on a model where a certain percentage of their units are at market, like somewhere between 30 and 50% of their units are at market, but then that allows the other ones to be subsidized, so kind of a hybrid model there. And the report concludes with a monitoring and progress reporting section that recommends an annual report to council on the progress of these 30 action items, a 5-year review of the strategy, and also that housing needs assessment that was done by Turner Drake be updated, whether, you know, it's done by the province or the municipality has to pay for it, but to update that to reflect more reality, I guess. East Hants is, you know, adjacent to HRM, so we're really part of that commuter shed, and that Turner Drake study really didn't take that into consideration. So to conclude, as I said earlier, East Hants is currently providing the policy, environment, and infrastructure investments to enable a significant increase in the quantity and variety of housing, although there are areas where additional efforts can be made, and obviously a number of recommendations there. East Hants is significantly underserved by public and other non-market housing to enable affordable and deeply affordable housing options, and as a result, many of the strategy action items also focus on that reality. And Mr. Chair, there is a recommended motion there, but I suspect there might be some comments and questions before we get to it. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Warden Rolston?
Thank you. Well, there's some good stuff there, and there's other stuff. I am struggling with a couple of things, and maybe maybe I won't be if clarification's provided. But the ability for accessory dwelling units for townhouses and semi-detached, does that just mean within the structure, or would that mean maybe little houses in the backyards of semi-detached houses?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, it hasn't been defined yet, and that's, you know, that would be an item that would be dealt with in the plan review. So a staff report would be prepared with some options. I suspect with townhouses, you wouldn't have the ability to do separate structures for sure. With semis, maybe, but for sure, I think we were thinking more about basement apartments.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how realistic or doable some of that would be. No surprise, the other big one for me is 5 mini homes on a lot in rural use north. Now, I have nothing against mini homes. I would move into a beautiful new mini home tomorrow if I had one. They're beautiful. Well-designed, all on one level, you know, beautiful. However, 5 on one lot, how big is the lot? Are there criteria around the size of the lot? I foresee some of the problems that you mentioned. When do you cross over into being a trailer park? And what's to stop a developer from subdividing 10 lots and putting 5 mini homes on every lot? And then, you know, virtually you have a trailer park by any other name. You don't have me on that one, and not because I have anything against mini homes, I do not. But 5 on one lot with no criteria describing the lot size or anything, and it wouldn't just be a mini home. If you were sitting here saying 5 stick-built houses per lot, I'd have the same questions. Well, based on what criteria? So I just kind of, I'm a little bit offended that you're thinking you would allow 5 mini homes per lot in the rural use north, but you'd only allow 2 at the most anywhere else. Why? What's the difference?
Did you do the report on that? I can't remember.
Through Mr. Chair, staff hadn't recommended in favor of that. It was something that the Housing Working Group came up with and passed as a motion at the meeting. So staff didn't make any recommendation to change the mini home requirements. It was something that the committee came up with.
Yeah, I think.
What are the current mini home requirements in rural use north?
Well, they're in rural use north. How many dwellings can you have?
Through Mr. Chair, so under the definition of a mini home, I believe it's any 3 and above is considered a mini home park. So if you have 3 and above anywhere, so whether that's rural use or rural use north, then it's considered a mini home park.
I don't see why that should be any different in rural use north than anywhere else. People deserve whatever protections that is designed to bring them in that area. And like I said, I'm not against mini homes. I would honestly and truly, they're beautiful. I've been in some that are much nicer than my home, I'll tell you. And a mini home today is not a cheap alternative. It might be a quick alternative, but it's not a cheap alternative. They're built differently than the single-wide trailers of a generation ago. So I'll listen to comments that others have had, but I won't be supporting a housing strategy that says 5 mini homes per lot in rural use north without significant more information and parameters around the size of the lots and all that stuff.
And through you, Mr. Chair, so these are, again, they're ideas, and there is no regulation yet. Again, the idea would be that you go into the plan review
But
to
to put a
discuss.
strategy out there that says East
Right.
Hants is ready to put 5 mini homes on a lot in the rural part of the
Yeah.
municipality, when that's not allowed in other places, no, you haven't got it.
So
Thank
if it's a
you.
non-starter, then absolutely it should be taken out, and then, staff won't bother preparing amendments and so on and bringing a report on it.
I may be a voice in the wilderness, I don't know.
What's the definition of the mini home communities?
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Garden Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was part of this. I was fortunate enough to be on this committee, so was very informative, and it was great to have the input from the other members and the counselors as well, but great to have the input from the community and the development community as well. Everything that's in here isn't necessarily, not all of our motions were unanimous in coming up with things, and I knew that, looking at it through the eyes of a counselor, I knew that, the mobile home number would be an issue. For me, I wasn't sold on being able to have 16-foot wide attached housing as of right, having the accessory dwellings and all the things that you've mentioned were all on my radar from this, and were discussed at length during the meetings. As I say, tons of good conversation. There were some things that we really tossed around quite a bit, and those were all some of them. But let me ask staff, so if we are approving this housing strategy, what does that look like?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So if the housing strategy is approved, then to staff's mind, that's our direction to start initiating some of these things that can be done right away, or for those things that require planning changes through the plan review, we can start doing the background research on those things and get ready to present reports through the plan review on those items. So it's, I guess, a statement from council that this is where you're going, not that, you don't have all the details yet on how some of these things will be regulated, but, you're basically saying this is where we want to go to help the housing crisis.
And is that 100%, like 100% of what is in this, that we are, if we approve this, that we are supporting it?
Well, again, in this preliminary way, again, there's not a lot of detail in terms of regulation yet. But yes, if you approve this strategy with all these 30 action items, then I would say that's a expression from council saying this is what we support. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sure other counselors have had time to go over these 30 action items, so if there's items, I guess, that they aren't sold on, we'll be hearing about that. So thank you for now.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on that committee too, and as Councilor Garden Cole said, it wasn't always unanimous. And John, I want to ask you about the mobile home in RU2. Was it a recommendation from staff for 5, or I don't think it
No,
was. I think it was the member from the rural area that asked for that to be 5, to be more than 2 or 3 or something.
I don't remember the full discussion. We were talking about manufactured housing, Mr. Chair, and then the idea came up of,
Yes,
what
I
about the
think-
RU2?
I think
there
the
should be
guy
less
was
regulation.
talking.
Yeah.
I think the guy was talking about like family members that couldn't subdivide the lot and they want to live next to each other, have the opportunity. Like it wasn't any disrespect. I just want to mention that it wasn't any disrespect for the RU2 zone, and I wish we have with the RU2 North in our area too. I would love to have it, but it wasn't. I don't think it was in disrespect, and I don't think going forward, I don't think we should approve the whole thing. I think if we wanna, if there's some items that some councilors they don't agree with, I think we should go unit by unit or something like that. Like, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rhino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, something similar to the wood, like, how can I approve strategy going forward that's gonna that has the possibility of putting 5 mini homes on a lot without knowing the size of the lot, without knowing the size of the parameters, without knowing, really, that's just a statement. We'll put 5 mini homes on a lot. There's not enough information. And for us to support something and then staff go away and try to build on that, I don't think it is quite fair to myself anyway. So, and it's unfortunate that, there's some things I agree with in here, some things I don't. And, to carte blanche to say, yeah, we support it when we don't believe in one part of it, I don't think that's quite fair neither. So, and there may not have been any disrespect meant, but it seems very odd. How do we just, offer this in the RU2 zone and not across municipality? So that's what it's appearing like. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd just like to say, as the other council member that was on the committee, it was great to be on the committee. I really enjoyed it, and there was a lot of good information. It was great to hear from the industry representatives, especially their view of thing. I learned a lot. Now, through you to staff, this is a housing strategy. We're not passing any of this and putting it into law now. We're just saying we accept this strategy. Then staff will work on it. And as far as the contentious mini home issue, I kind of remember, same as Councillor Musa, trying to remember exactly how we come up with that number and that. I know it was a discussion at the time that was a bit contentious, and we arrived at that. But we're not approving 5 mini houses or 2 mini houses on a lot. All we're doing is saying we're going to consider this. Staff will be bringing it back. Councilors, individual councilors will be able to give their intention then, their opinion then, won't they?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's right. I mean, there are some initiatives here that could happen right away. I mean, just communicating to the province and so on about different things. Or there are other initiatives staff could start right away, like working on a tax abatement program. But all those things would have to come back to council. And then all those things that, as I said, related to planning regulation would have to go through the formal adoption process. And our thought was we would do all that through the plan review. So, but having said that, you're expressing your intent that you are going to seriously consider, for example, on a lot
Yes,
there.
exactly. We should always consider everything seriously. So, yeah, whatever is brought towards us. So, with that clarification, I'm going to move that Planning Advisory Committee recommends to council that council approve the East Hants housing strategy.
Second. Thank you, Deputy Warden. It's been moved in second, on before the motion. Warden Rolston?
Thank you. I'm going to move an amendment to the motion to strike the item around 5 mini homes per lot in the RU2 zone.
It's been moved in second on the amendment. Councilor Tingley, to the motion, to the amendment? Senator Garden Cole to the amendment? Councilor Musa to the amendment? Okay.
Maybe two, or maybe like, because I find it that it's an option for like parents to move into one and kids live in one. So I don't know if the mover would entertain any number. I'm not trying to pressure anybody on anything, but it's just an idea if you're comfortable with less numbers.
Just for clarification, Mr. Chair, currently you could have two mini homes in the RU2
The
zone.
mover is comfortable with the status quo.
Councilor Tingley to the amendment?
Who, me? Are you asking me?
Yeah,
No.
okay. Anybody wishing to speak to the amendments? Seeing, okay. Councilor Perry to the amendment.
This will relate to the amendment. So this strategy has come to us. Have we taken this to the public at all for any public feedback?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. I guess the public component was having representation from industry, from the nonprofit, and the public member at large on the housing working group. But in terms of broad, no, there wasn't a public hearing or public information meeting, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garden Cole to the amendment? Okay, I'll get you back. Councilor Hebb to the amendment?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
The mover stated that there would be no number on it, so would that mean to be you're allowed to have one or two, or I don't quite understand?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the status quo is you can have too many homes on a lot in the RU2 zone, so that would just be status quo. It would stay that way. I think what this motion would do would basically remove that item, that action item, out of the strategy.
Okay, and just to the mover, is that what you,
And just to take it under the housing strategy, increase it to 5 mini
okay,
homes.
but you're still allowed to have two? I
Oh,
mean,
yeah,
Yeah,
we're
okay,
not
no,
suggesting to change.
I'm fine with that.
nobody left to speaking to the amendment, so we'll go to the vote. Voting on the amendment. And the motion has passed, vote of 12-1 with, what's his public member?
No, it's council.
Councilor Perry voting nay. Okay. Councilor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, I pictured there being some discussion about this, and I wasn't sure how it was going to go when, if this was passed, what was gonna happen after that. So that I'm assuming, like, say, for example, if mobile homes or mini homes were permitted in white estates, like, there's gonna be, the public would definitely have to know about those kinds of things. So these are things that are all going to come back to us in a staff report in order for us to.
Yes. So Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. So the intent would be through the plan review, one of the reports you will get will be manufactured housing in your serviced areas and where you want to consider that to be permitted, if at all. But it's in your housing strategy, so it'll come back as a report through the plan review.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Warden Rolston?
Thank you. The problem with presenting this as our housing strategy is it is a statement by the municipality that says this is going to form the basis of our strategy moving forward. And any reports that staff bring forward will be based on this housing strategy. Had the 5 mini home per lot thing survived, then staff's report would have focused on how and where and when, what regulation would there be around allowing 5 mini homes to a lot? Not on not allowing 5 mini homes, but how to make it happen. Similarly to many other things here, the staff reports will come back in the plan review, but they will be pointed towards how to make these things that we are approving, because we are approving a housing strategy, and it will be how to make them happen, how to best do it. That's what the staff reports, am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, well, yes, but of course, status quo is always an option. That'll always be one of the options in
It
each
is,
report.
but the work staff will be doing and engaging in will be to make these things happen. Is there a deadline on having this housing strategy done?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, there's not.
Well, this is a pretty important document. And there, as Councillor Perry said, we didn't do any public consultation. And in all fairness, the few developers and members of public on the committee, we have public members on PAC here, but we still go to the public when we're changing bylaws and we have public hearings so that anyone in the public can have a say. I would like to see us not rush through this, and I know it's a long document with, 29 now things on it. I'd like us to add, 2, 3, 4, however many of them to the next PAC agendas going forward and discuss each one individually. Some of them it won't take long at all, some of them it might. And then everyone will understand exactly, what we're supporting for our housing strategy, and maybe have an understanding as to why the committee recommended it as part of the housing strategy, which could make a difference too. That would just be my preference. I'm really not comfortable even with the 5 mini home thing taken out, because I've read this, and I've heard you go through it today. I could still very easily have missed something that's, I would think, I don't know if I'd want that in a housing strategy or not. I just think we should do a little more due diligence. The committee has done their work, and I think we as PAC should do our work. Those are my comments. I don't think we should rush to do this today. I think we should take the time that's needed to go through every item by item, have a little discussion on it, and then everyone will be comfortable when we adopt our housing strategy that we all understand. We might not all be in agreement. The majority will rule as always, but we'll all understand exactly what the housing strategy means, and staff will understand, maybe there'll still be 29 items and maybe there won't. And I don't want to approve a housing strategy and send staff away to do things if there's no realistic probability that at the end of the day, we're going to adopt anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish I wasn't on that committee now, because that wasn't my intent. What I thought is every item is gonna be discussed here at council and agreed upon. I didn't want to make for any decision for the whole municipality, and many of those items, probably I didn't agree on them, probably Councilor Gardner-Cole or Councilor McPhee didn't agree on, and I think the best way to do it, as the warden said, bring them 3 or 4 at a time and discuss them, And one more thing to add about that 5 mini homes, I think it came up if somebody have a 100-acre lot and cannot subdivide it or something like that, or don't want subdivided, and they're gonna tuck them in way behind, like, that's how it came up. So every item here should be discussed and agreed on, and it was, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Gordon Cole.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what it was. Basically, what Counselor Musa said, as I said, I expected a lot more discussion on it, and I think that's where we're heading to now, because I've got a half a dozen items here that, even though I was part of it, I don't really support, or I definitely need to hear what the rest of council had to say, so. And that's okay, but I think it definitely needs more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair, I guess the first thing I'd like to do is just acknowledge the work that was done on this, by this committee, our 3 councillors that were involved, and the members from the development community and the nonprofit housing and so on. To me, it looked like there was a lot of work that went on. I knew there was be some discussion, but I'm surprised with how much discussion there is. I voted in favor of removing the 5 mini homes in the rural area, but I would have been fine with that as well. I'd be fine with this strategy as it is, but it looks like it's going to be, we're going to discuss it for a number of meetings yet, but I think a really good job on this was done by everybody that was involved, and I thought it was great when I read it. That's it.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not support the amendment because if we're going to take the housing strategy out to the public, we should have took everything out to the public. Striking things off without public engagement. This committee met, they had representation from multiple stakeholders, and I think every item on here should have been presented to the public and then debated in council. I definitely, I can understand some people don't like some of these things, but that's, maybe we don't like them, but maybe the public might like a few of these things, and which has happened many times. I've been to places and I've seen information in public hearings where things that we thought were going to fail dramatically, the public was behind. And that's where I was at, and that's why I voted against the amendment, because we did have 3 councillors on that committee, and we had members of the nonprofit, members of development, and a community member at large. And they did a lot of work over 2 council terms, I might mind you, to get to this housing strategy. And I just don't think it's a service to throw things out without proper discussion with the public and more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Ralston.
Thank you, but correct me if I'm wrong, there is no plan, and there never was a plan to take this housing strategy to the public. No plan to do that whatsoever.
No, through Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, the intent was that component would be built into the committee, that you have that broad representation to bring different perspectives in.
My point is that the committee was always a committee who was going to bring a recommendation to PAC, and through PAC, a recommendation to council. It was never a rubber stamp. It was to do the initial work and come up with an initial recommendation for discussion. And my concern is that if we were to pass this as our housing strategy, any member of the public who reads this would certainly believe that these are the items that the municipality intends to pursue. That any reasonable person could be forgiven for thinking that. So I still think, any changes will eventually go to the public, but I think before, whether we eventually decide to take the strategy to the public at all, or we just do it piecemeal or however, I do think it needs more discussion. And, if we stretch it out and do 3 or 4 items a meeting, we could be the end of the year getting through it. Maybe we take one of our Thursday evenings set aside for for extension, just to go over the housing strategy. I don't think one meeting, and forgive me because I know the public members don't have those Thursday evenings set aside, but if we could work evenings out that they were amenable to, I don't think that's too much to ask for a document such as this, to get a good and fulsome review and go from there. So, we could go here forever, but I'm going to move to table the motion that's on the floor. Until such time as PAC has done further review on the housing strategy. To start.
Motion to table the motion that's on the floor. We'll go to the vote.
Now we need a seconder.
Oh, she seconded. We'll go to the vote to table. The motion to table is passed with Councillor McPhee, myself, and Councillor Tingley voting nay. Thank you, staff.
So, Mr. Chair, I wonder if we could get some, there were some ideas floated about how to bring it back. So do you want to do it in the evening session?
Well, I'll try this, and if it fails, then we'll go to something else. I move that we set an evening meeting specifically to deal with the housing strategy, subject to availability of public members on one of the nights that is set aside for extensions of council or committee.
Moved in second. Councillor Reiner, you're not wishing? Go ahead.
I guess the motion would be to, similar to a workshop format, sort of thing where you would staff.
PAC meeting.
Oh, would be a PAC meeting? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No specific date in mind, or?
I would assume a staff would work with the public members and
You'd pick a date?
come back with some dates. And we'll go from there.
Okay. Okay, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed with a vote of 12-1, with Deputy Warden McPhee voting nay. Thank you, Debbie and John.
Yep.
Last item in planning advisory is Thomas Street and Mackenzie Lane paving petitions. And Tippy, you can start when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So paving petition applications have been received for Thomas Street in Enfield and Mackenzie Lane in East Uniacke. Only the municipally owned portion of Thomas Street is included in the petition application for that road. The other portion of Thomas Street is privately owned and gated. Both the provincially owned and municipally owned sections of the road are included for Mackenzie Lane, but only developed properties have been included in the proposed charge area for this petition. So just to give you an idea, Thomas Street, the municipally owned portion ends about here, and it's the parcels in red that are, you can't see my cursor, okay. I think that's just, giving me? Thanks. Perfect. There you go. Yeah, so where the blue ends here, that's where the municipal portion of the road ends, and this piece in gray is private. So it's just these red parcels that would be part of the Thomas Street petition. And then for Mackenzie Lane, the green portion here is the provincially owned portion, and the blue is the municipally owned. And again, for the Mackenzie Lane petition, they've asked to not include the undeveloped properties that would come off of this road. So the province typically contributes 50% of the cost of paving provincially owned roads, which would only apply to that provincially owned section of Mackenzie Lane. And the local improvement charges bylaw gives council the discretion to make a financial contribution of up to 10% towards the cost of the local improvement for the municipally owned portion of the road. So staff are seeking approval from council to contribute that 10% towards the cost of paving the municipal portions of Thomas Street and Mackenzie Lane. The Department of Finance has identified a reserve of $273,429 for the purpose of contributing to paving petitions on municipal roads. Every year, another $20,000 is added to that reserve. Staff also wanted to note that there's a current capital budget item for gravel road rehabilitation along the entire length of Thomas Street with a budget of $860,000. This project would replace approximately 1,600 meters of base and surface courses along Thomas Street and includes upgrades to existing culverts and drainage features. So here are the estimates for each of the streets for paving. So for Thomas Street, the municipal portion would be around $900,000 plus HST. And if the council wanted to contribute that 10%, that portion would be $90,000. For Mackenzie Lane, the total combined cost is $950,000 plus HST, and the municipal 10% would be $20,000, and the provincial portion would be $375,000 plus HST. So the property owners would be left with the remainder there of $555,000. There are a total of 44 properties included in the proposed charge area for Thomas Street. The total upfront cost per property would be approximately $18,410 plus HST. For the Mackenzie Lane petition, staff recommend that the municipal and provincial contributions are taken off the total combined cost estimate and that the remainder is then divided evenly amongst all property owners for the total length of the road. So there's a total of 35 properties for Mackenzie Lane. And assuming the breakdown noted above, the total upfront cost per property would be approximately just over $24,000. Staff are seeking council's approval to contribute 10% of the cost of paving the municipal portions of Thomas Street and Mackenzie Lane. That in the case of paving Mackenzie Lane and East Uniacke, that the municipal 10% and provincial 50% be subtracted from the combined total cost and the remainder be divided evenly amongst all property owners. And the municipal 10% contributions will only apply if the paving petitions are successful. And in the case of Mackenzie Lane, the province must agree to contribute the 50% towards the paving of the provincial portion of that road. And the recommended motion is above.
Thank you, Tippy. First up to speak. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Is there currently any applications in for subdivision coming off of Mackenzie Lane?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure. Not
Because I
that.
believe there is.
Okay.
I believe there's an application in.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Alex is indicating that there is a subdivision application.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we believe there is one right around where the provincial and municipal sections carries off north on the map.
So this subdivision would definitely increase the number of dwellings, and if there's a subdivision coming on the portion going north, who would own the road going into that? Would that be a private road, or would that be a municipal road to be turned over, or a provincial road off of that?
Through the chair, I believe the intention of the developer is to bring it up to municipal standards. So any new roads would be municipally owned unless they want to go through the private roads. But the province wouldn't be taking on any new roads. Our road would just connect in to where the provincial section would be.
So would that road be required to be paved?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So we're going to create a road gap if this petition was to go forward by having a subdivision happening where there's going to be more homes going north on a gravel road now connected to two roads that could possibly be paved. So that's just like when I look at the 35 lots, if there is a subdivision in and that road's connecting, then I believe everybody in that area should live at the same standard of road. And those lot numbers should go up. But that's just a question I had, because if that is a pending subdivision, it definitely changes this map with the number of lots and the number of people that will be using that paved section of road. And I don't know whether the new lot owners, you know, they're going to be driving all over that road, and they wouldn't have had any contributions towards it. So as we addressed road paving gaps, I think we should definitely look at this area to make sure that we don't create one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miriam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might have my math wrong, but looking at for Mackenzie, the per household charge on the report is $24,430. And I might be wrong here, but 555,000 divided by 35, is that the math? Is 15,857? I could be wrong. I thought I was working from 555,000 divided by 35 properties.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd have to double check that math.
Property owners at 555 plus HST, bottom right. Unless my calculator's broken, I tried it about 3 or 4 times and I just kept getting 15,857.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think there is some math off in here, so. Double check. Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that does look right.
The
There must-
15 looks good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Councillor?
No, but thank you, that's great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rhino.
Yes, question through you to staff. How is the 10% municipal contribution derived? Is that derived from the general tax rate? Okay, so I'm getting the nods from the CAO.
CAO indicates it is.
Well, a lot of people who are in my area who are struggling to get their provincial road done are, they're gonna find that, very difficult to say, yeah, we put into paving a municipal road in someone else's area. And those are the people I represent. I can't see, if municipal road is to be paved, then it should be done by lot frontage on the whatever the portion is done by the people on that, who want that road paved. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garden Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. So when it comes to the residents, can I get a refresher on how they are, what's the payment arrangement for them?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe they have the option to pay upfront or over a 10-year period,
Okay.
plus
10
interest, yeah.
Plus interest. Okay. And my second question is in relation to what Counselor Perry said. So if that build-out is imminent, and I'm not sure that it is, but even if it's looming, it would seem like the best course of action would be to put this off until that's built out, which may be a while, but and my third question is, would you have to re-petition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think any of the new development would be part of the petition. It would only be the lots that actually have access on.
Okay, so the
Mackenzie.
lots, but in knowing what I know about the area that we had paved, they would still be, if that was built out over the next couple of years, they would still be using the entire paved section of it. Okay, just something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Musa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when a petition comes in, how many signatures does it have?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we require 2 property owners to submit.
Okay, so the people.
So to clarify, sorry, 2 applicants to start the process, and
Yes,
then we need a 2/3 majority vote.
Two-thirds
for a
majority vote.
successful petition.
So I don't know why we're debating if somebody is gonna put the petition and people gonna vote on it and gonna make their own decision on it. So I think our decision should be around if we agree on the 10% or no. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Counselor. CEO wishes to weigh in. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarification, the calculation is typically done over 10 years, but on larger projects, we have had some that we've done over 15 years, and we may have one that we've done over 20. So that could be an option that these folks ask for. If the petition comes back too much, these numbers are too much, they can ask to extend that. They would have to pay the interest on that over those extended number of years. And also, council, a little bit different than in this case, but they have done sort of bulk property charges if they know that development is coming, that they've charged a bulk land a certain amount of money for the project. Now, in this case on Mackenzie, they're not even looking at undeveloped land, which is an interesting approach, but that's the choice that the folks have put in. So council could, it's a little odd in this case because your own rules don't require that they pave the road. So to charge them to pave the road going to the road might be a little strange, but that is an option that's available to council as well. And I guess the question as to, if they want to do it, and it's here, the reason it's here is to get that confirmation of 10% municipal funding. If they weren't looking for that, then this could go out to petition.
Thank you, CEO. Warden Ralston?
I always find paving petitions tough. So this petition hasn't been done yet. We're just thinking about going out to petition. Have the residents requested this, or are we just doing it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, both applications came in from property
Okay.
owners. Yeah.
So I understand completely where Councillor Rhino's coming from on the 10%, because there aren't a lot, if any, municipal roads in the Hants North, the rural use north area, am I correct? So, you know, therein lies the rub. If we had municipal roads that could, you know, potentially benefit from this, why, absolutely. But then on the other hand, I think, well, you know, probably the majority of the districts in the municipality have some municipal roads that could benefit. And it's a tough one. And sometimes I wonder if there's not a better way to do it, if there's not some way to set up some type of road reserve to pay for these things. I don't know who would pay it or how it would work, but something. Because I also think, you know, $1,600 a year on top of the taxes that folks are already paying, that could be challenging for some people. And they might vote against the paving for that reason, but it could pass anyway. And then they're still on the hook to come up with another $1,500, $1,600, or however much it is a year. So I really, really, really struggle with paving petitions. I do. And I know that there is an alternative that we require all new roads to be paved as they're created, and I've never supported that for a simple reason that I am afraid that in the rural north part of the municipality, that we'd never get any development because of a large size lots needed and everything. The cost to build the roads to create a subdivision would be so high, we'd never get any. And then it gets convoluted as I think, well, we've got all these regulations around roads and that, but how many developers are developing off of private laneways and private driveways now, and where would that come into things? So I don't know the answer. I would like to support the paving petition going forward. I am struggling, and it's not that I object to the municipality contributing to it to help folks out. But Councillor Rhino, I will have to say, is absolutely correct. That would be very difficult for me to explain to the majority of my residents. And right or wrong, that's just how it is. So, I mean, I can remember there was a time when we automatically gave 10%. And that stopped at the time of the Renfrew Road debacle. And that came off. And now it has to be specially put on if it's going to be put on. So, and I'm going to say, if you go back up to the chart there, to the cost, $20,000 is not a big sum of money. It's kind of a principle of a thing, looking at it, and I can see how it looks from different directions too. But I don't think 10% is going to cause the petition to pass or fail. I don't think a municipal contribution of 10% is going to be enough to allay the concerns and the fears of people who don't think they'll be able to afford it. And I don't think it's enough to cause people to suddenly be able to afford it. So anyway, I struggle with paving petitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Musa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention that Mackenzie Lane is not in the growth management area. It's not supposed to be paved. Like, it's not, it doesn't have to be paved. So if people decided to pave it, it doesn't have to put a burden on a new development on the other side, which is outside the growth management area. So I don't think, Kim already said that, and I agree with you on it. Like, and about the 10%, there's lots of stuff I don't agree here about money spent on other areas too. So if we want to start that debate, we're going to end up in a three-tier municipality again, like, because there's lots of stuff that let a lot of area there generate a lot of taxes, and they're not getting what they're supposed to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a report, must be 3 or 4 years ago, the cost of maintaining gravel roads versus the cost of maintaining a paved road was over $8,000 a kilometer for a gravel road and $120 a kilometer for a paved road. So any percentage put in by the municipality would be taken up well more. We'd save more money over 10 years than we would ever pay by keeping it a gravel road or the 10% that we put in. So to me, I personally believe the 10% is too low based upon the savings the municipality does make when it is paved. I do believe we should be incentivizing people more to pave roads, and I believe some of the development options that have happened in the rural side, like in Mount Uniacke and in the villages of Long Lake, where the main road is paved and every road off of it is gravel, but they're private roads, and they're maintained by the people who live there. But the main road through going in and out is that way, and that way there, all the egresses going in for services are maintained to a proper standard. I don't want to see us take on any more municipal gravel roads. The cost is just too much for maintenance, and I believe that this 10%, we need to look at that in the future. If the province is doing 50, I think we should be doing more than 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Dixon?
Thank you. Through the chair, I agree with Councilor Perry's comments about maintaining the roads. Also, this past winter, most of my concerns with on the winter roads, snow removal with the kids and school buses was on Thomas Street. So I'm going to make the recommended motion that the Planning Advisory Committee recommend that if the paving petition for both Thomas Street and Mackenzie Lane, East Uniacke are successful, and the province agrees to contribute 50% towards the paving of the provincial portion of Mackenzie Lane, that council approve a 10% municipal contribution towards the cost of paving the municipal portions of Thomas Street, Enfield, and Mackenzie Lane, East Uniacke, and that the municipality's 10% and the provincial 50% contribution be subtracted from the combined total cost of paving Mackenzie Lane, East Uniacke, and the remainder be divided evenly amongst all property owners.
This is moved and second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Wishing to speak, Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Counselor Perry, you make a good argument. I just wonder if staff can give me some estimate, ballpark, of what the cost would be on maintaining the gravel portion of the municipal portion per year.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, that's a very difficult question. So we have brought a report, I believe Debbie and I did it last year, if I'm correct in assuming that. I think it was in the spring, summer, so it would have been before the elections. So yes, the long-term benefits of asphalt roads are seen in the realization that the year-over-year maintenance is lower. You don't have annual maintenance, so you don't need to go out and grade your gravel roads 1 to 2 times a year. You're not putting dust control down multiple times a year, especially if you're in a dry season like we're having right now. I'm fairly confident we're probably going to hear from our residents quite shortly on a new application of dust control. The proximity of our roads also dictates into that. So there is part of our costing goes about going out to Mount Uniacke, so going out to Jorfy, Mackenzie Lane, or going out to Thomas, Whitney Maurice, and Enfield, or going out to Belknap 9 Mile. So there is costing that changes depending on the area. So if you were to go further north, that costing would change, depends on who your contractor would be. So offhand, I don't have a number, but those are some of the considerations.
But it would probably be hundreds of dollars a year or thousands of dollars per year?
I'd have to honestly, through the chair, I'd honestly have to go back and look at what our report was last year to give you an accurate representation to that. We're currently looking at some projects for asphalt rehabilitation, so we'll have a bit of a better understanding of what those costing would be. But that would be the first one that we would have done since I've been here in November of '22, and we've done grading and dust control almost consistently that entire time. So
I'm just trying to get an idea of how long it would take. All right, we're looking at $20,000 here, which we're going to spend anyway on grading, graveling, dust control, maintenance. And we're gonna have to maintain the paved road too, but at much less cost. I was just trying to figure out when the break even and when the savings part would kick in, that's all.
Through the chair. So again, I'm running off of a year's worth of remembrance here, but I believe the break-even point was just after the 10-year point. So I think generally you're talking $20,000 here. That's probably half of an application of dust control for our current amount of roads that we
And
have.
that 10-year break even, but that's to pay the whole thing. I'm talking to pay 10%.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, probably a year. So we're going to spend the 10% regardless. It's whether we spend it this year, next year, and the year after. That's what I'm trying to get at. So you may have swayed me a little bit because road maintenance is a general tax item. And if we can save the taxpayer money by contributing 10% of the paving and saving them from having to pay higher maintenance fees going forward, that seems, I could live with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Councilor Rhino.
Well, Mr. Chair, I do hear the argument. It's a nice argument, but with that philosophy of saving, the province then would be in money if they paved every gravel road in Nova Scotia. Why haven't they done that? Anyway, I will not be supporting this for the simple fact that people who are now living on gravel roads, who are suffering through the year, dry conditions with wet conditions in the spring, potholes, so on. Yeah, it doesn't matter what their savings you're going to tell them down the road it will be saving. All they see is that their tax dollars is going toward to pave a road that they cannot get paving on themselves in front of their own. And I just have to, I represent the public. This is what they said, and I will support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Warden Wilson?
Thank you. Well, the difference being that if I am sure that the province would, I'm sure that the province would pave every gravel road in the province if they only had to pay 10% of the cost of paving it in order to get savings of maintenance. The difference with the province is that they would have to pay 50 to 100% of paving all those gravel roads. And so it would be much, much longer before they would realize savings. But the position we're in only having to pay 10% of the cost to save, a much greater percent of the maintenance cost. And like I said, I'm sure if the province could get all the gravel roads in the province paid for 10% of the cost, they'd be all over it for the maintenance savings. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed 12-1 with Councilor Rhino voting nay. Thank you, Tippy and John, for the report. We're scheduled for a break. So I have a motion to adjourn, and we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Coming back at 3:50. Motion to adjourn? All those in favor? We are adjourned. We are adjourned for a break of 10 minutes. We're still on. We're still.
Yeah, I followed Norval as chair of the library board. Now I follow him in the way he does stuff. All right, I'll call to order the Infrastructure and Operations Committee. Anybody have any issues with the approval of the minutes from June 17th, 2025? Seeing no issues with the minutes, we'll consider them approved. Our first presentation is the Highway 2 sidewalk extension by the Milford Lions Park, and we have Jesse and Logan. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The staff report is titled Highway 2 Sidewalk Extension, Milford Lions Park. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to the background to start and then do the summary on this one. So just a quick background. In 2018, the municipality had EXP design sidewalk extension to get from the existing sidewalk network that ends just past the school and get it to the Milford Park. That was the gap. So there is a budget, but as per council's request, it was a look for an updated budget number. So that is what staff went about doing. So in that, staff did develop an update to the estimate. It includes 66 meters of sidewalk and the associated storm infrastructure. And the cost update in today's dollars is $225,000, which is the change from the $165 from the past estimate. And it's currently in for further study. So staff are recommending that that the budget be updated within the capital budget sheets for future consideration. And I'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you, Jesse. First up to speak, Councillor Merriam.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, folks, for the report. Milford residents do enjoy and appreciate the sidewalks, which were constructed in 2014. Seems like yesterday. I think it's fair to say they are really a vital part of the community and do promote a healthy lifestyle. Staff have indicated that a renewal period for replacement could be at the 20-year mark, which could be 2034 on the earlier side. So, putting it simply, it seems that the sidewalks now are roughly at the halfway mark. So to add a little bit more for a brief history, 2015, there was a public consultation in the community the Lions Club Park vision. In 2017, an estimate was prepared on what we've referred to as an expansion scoop that would go to the edge of the community to Busy Bees Daycare. And this would have included the Lions Memorial Park as well. In 2018, costing was put in check by the Council of the Day due to cost overruns, and it resulted in 18-010. We sometimes say that people have a short memory, but residents have approached me about sidewalk expansion to the park and even to the edge of the community. So that would be more in line with the Busy Bees expansion, resulting in C-2577, which is the motion before us. I can appreciate the tenor of the report with themes of fiscal constraint and tying new initiatives to lifestyle project management, which, I do get that. A challenge here is the increasing costs over time. We sometimes say you blink and you miss it. Here, you blink and the project cost doubles, unfortunately. It's it's a result of the plan, the updated specifications and so on. So just a couple of questions. I get it that the numbers are the numbers. And I was curious to ask if you had considered any taxpayer impact analysis or scenarios in putting your thoughts together. So in other words, this is a question I kind of had in preparing for this was, gee, I wonder, if you were to assume a certain level of payment over a certain level of period. It's kind of hard to maybe get into that, but did that factor into the your analysis at all, I guess?
Through Mr. Chair, no, it was this. It was the process for the estimate was validating scope. There's some subtle differences from the original scope. We increased. We've changed our standards over time. We've gone from 1.2 in width to 1.8, and that's for the ability to maintain and clear sidewalks ongoing. We've also changed materials to concrete. That is the standard going forward. So that's also in play. That wasn't originally at the time. And it's just cost of materials based on project numbers we've got most recently are and updated. So didn't look in depth on payout or the subtle cost to communities ongoing. And what we didn't elaborate is the funny gap exists as was mentioned because there was no park when the first sidewalk went in. So it's just parks are a destination in our routing, and this is just the park came after, and it was a community-led one, not part of a strategic plan. So that's why it exists, but the number is just a basic calculation.
Yes, thank you. And a follow-up question too would be if we have ever used the Canada Community Building Fund for sidewalk construction.
I think the CAO is going to answer this one.
Through you, Madam Chair, or Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we have for quite a few sidewalks. I believe the sidewalks in Milford, these were put in place right after Milford and Shubenacadie joined forces with the regional system under the urban service rate, under one combined urban service rate, because Milford couldn't have afforded the sidewalks on their own area rate. But when they joined forces, part of that was to use, I believe it was gas tax back then, to put those sidewalks through Milford. And in lieu of using them for sewer or water type projects at the time. So that was part of that consideration back then.
Good.
We use our gas tax to pay quite a bit of the debt on sidewalks and have over the years. So it is something that the gas tax can be used for.
Right. Okay, perfect. So I do think it's important to continue to engage the community, get feedback from them. I like the idea of having this on. I know there were various options presented from staff in terms of, do we take this off completely? Do we, what do we do with this? I like the idea of, and I'll be interested too to see if any other councillors want to weigh in on this, but I would be supportive of having this on the 5-year capital plan radar in the event that it does become, more of a burning priority with residents. But with that said, before I do make a motion, I'll just see if anyone else would like to chime in.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, Councillor Hepp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the staff, would this be paid for by the residents of Milford, or would it come out of the general fund, or the urban service rate, or the urban service rate? So would that include the people in Harvard Land? It wouldn't, because I know they had to pay for it before, and they were not too happy. that they were paying for the sidewalks in Milford, is what they told me, so. Other than that, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Next on to speak, Counselor Garden Cole.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean.
CAO.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I may have misspoke. There may be some people who pay I think it's 1 cent for outside the serviced area contribution to sidewalks and streetlights. Some folks in Harbour Lands may pay that based on the old district boundaries that were covered. They've paid for it. There's a area rate. So for example, the people in Milford pay 36 cents for the urban service rate. Folks outside of that, I think, either pay 1 cent or 2 cents towards the contribution towards those. That's been the model along the entire corridor. There's those 1 and 2 cent contribution rates outside of Shubenacadie, Milford, and then Enfield's, Elmsdale area, mostly Enfield area.
Okay, back to you, Counselor Hep.
Yeah, I'm not aware of what it was. I know Harvard Land was part of District 3 at that time, and that all the district had to pay, and they told me, I didn't realize how much they pay. I just assumed everybody paid the same,
No.
so, okay, thank you.
Back to you, Counselor Merriam.
Perfect, thank you. So just to make sure I understand as well, with the recommended motion, that would simply put it on for kind of in the holding place as it currently is. Is that correct? It would be in the capital, 5-year capital plan on standby?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the updated capital sheet would remain for further study in the queue on the 5-year plan, just with the updated numbers.
Perfect. And so with that said, I would like to move the motion, move that the Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommend the Highway 2 sidewalk project budget is increased to $225,000, 18-010 in the next capital budget.
Moved by Counselor Merriam, seconded by Counselor Dixon. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously. Moving on to the next item, the Highway 2 crosswalk, Milford Recreation Site. Back to you, Jesse.
Perfect. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. In February of this year, Council requested a staff to explore options for a formalized crosswalk in the area of Milford Rec. An existing crosswalk does exist in the area, however, is only marked by crossing signs and does not meet the current design standards pertaining to accessibility. 2 options were investigated for a crosswalk, listed as option A at the intersection of Hunter Road and option B at the current location where the signs are. I'm going to skip down to some visuals of what was explored. And so here's the visual of what's in place. And you can see that it's not formalized, and this has come and gone over time. Signs have gone up, not by the municipality. They've been erected by the province. At times there was paint, then the paint disappeared on the road, and it wasn't due to any interaction with the municipality, rather just the province interacting with the public on that. As you can tell, there's no cut curb or defined crossing or official destination to receive, but it is in place. So to explore that, staff did engage in a meeting with Public Works staff, and they wanted a visual of a secondary option be explored into as well. So staff did that. A visual farther up the road is an intersection where Hunter Road is, and there's some pathways there. This is a visual of what it would look like. The drawback being it's not the official intersection to enter Milford Rec. And in wintertime, those pathways aren't necessarily cleared either. So it's not, there's pros and cons. However, it's a nice crossing at Hunter Road. pros and cons. And then the official of what it would be built towards with a safe destination. There'd be a short culvert installed and a hard surfaced area on the Milford Rec side within the public road right-of-way installed. And staff are including new RRFBs, which is what was installed in Enfield as a comparable. So, construction costs. So, as seen, there's the subtotal. It's 120,000 to. It's the hard surface material and the RFB, which is the cost. It's not just the paint across the road for consideration. And ultimately, if this was to go forward, a source of funding would have to be reviewed and a capital form developed and debated during the capital budget session if that was something that council wanted to proceed with. It is recommended that the project be added to the next capital budget for debate. And then that the option B, to bring forward option B, which is where the existing location is. That is what staff are recommending to continue on the conversation for this item.
Thank you, Jesse. First to speak, Councillor Merriam.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks once again for putting another report together. That's great. The existing crosswalk at Milford Rec provides access to cross the number 2 highway. Having this work completed will make the crossing safer and more accessible. As the report points out, the existing crosswalk option B could be the safer option given its greater distance from the turn at Hunter Road. The new crosswalk will provide a safer and more accessible options. Cars will clearly see people crossing the road, especially at night, and being more accessible speaks to one of our core values. With that said, I would like to move the motion. I'd like to move that the Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommend that Council request that a new capital project for enhancing the existing crosswalk area in Milford near the Milford Rec Association facility, listed as option B in the report titled Crosswalk Highway 2 to Milford Recreation Association Site, July 2025, be added to the next municipal capital budget with costing and recommended sources of funding to be considered for future approval.
We have a motion. Second. Seconded. On before the motion. Warden Rolson.
Okay, thank you. Just one question. What has happened here? We tried for many, 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 many years to get a crosswalk in Enfield, and Public Works kept saying, no, no, no. So we finally got a crosswalk in Enfield, and now all of a sudden, they're perfectly happy for us to put a crosswalk in Milford. Have they changed their opinion on crosswalks? Then there's rationale behind my question, so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't necessarily say yes or no to that. What I could tell you is the criteria in Enfield was more complicated. It's the turn and sight lines that were a major barrier to the discussion. This section of road has excellent sight lines in both directions. And they, just by chance, the province staff had traffic count and it met the criteria at this location. They already knew. It met in Enfield. It's interesting. I don't know if it opens up the topic for the continuation of additional locations, likely, but this looks to be a much easier path to yes than historic requests.
Well, I ask the question because it comes to mind places, for example, where CCRCE in their wisdom, or lack thereof, choose to enforce their 1.6 kilometer walking distance for children in the rural area where there are no sidewalks and not much in the way of shoulder for these kids to walk on. And in one particular instance in my community, they're expected to cross at the intersection of Highway 14, Beaverbank Road, Wilson Road, and Fenton Road, which is just not a safe place for children to cross. All of those roads are provincial roads. So I'm just wondering if this would open the door to perhaps at the very least having a crosswalk there, which might or might not be desirable given the speed that the traffic travels through there, you know, at the end of a day. But that was the rationale behind my question. I'm prepared to support the motion to send this to capital budget for discussion, and at that time, you know, discussion would be had on funding sources and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Next to speak, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you. Just going to be brief here. Took 6 years to get the last one, and it took a year, several months to get this one. I think council's got to support this and get it in right away before the government changes their mind. Thank you.
Just a quick clarification. The last one took 10 years.
10 years. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question through the staff. The crosswalk, is that going to be adjacent to the roadway? I see you have a connection coming from the crosswalk. Potential future connection, is that going to loop out to catch the road? Are we going down the side of the road?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a potential connection. There's a walkway network across the property. There's different pathways. The staff would focus on our hard surface within the road right away, and then we'd have discussions with Milford Rec to see if they wanted to make connections. But you can just walk over to their driveway and walk up it. Is the intent is to that is a pathway, this great area. And so this isn't actually in scope. If there was extra materials and it happened to got pushed out, maybe that becomes more official, but that's not part of the project scope. It's just the hard surface that's at that line right here.
So that'd be a hard surface, wheelchair accessible?
The hard surface part, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing nobody left to speak, motion on the floor, we'll go to the vote. And the motion's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Alex with snow clearing road shoulder discussion. I'll let you get settled.
I'll scroll. Okay. I'll scroll.
When it shows.
Yep. And we're good.
All right. Through the chair, so I'm here to present the snow clearing road shoulder discussion. So just some summary here. Council passed the motion C-2579 directing staff to look into the issues and costs related to plowing the shoulders of roads within 1.6 kilometers of schools to facilitate walking during winter months due to the new RCE rules around busing. Staff have identified a number of issues that would cause concern, including the need to create a new priority standard with no knowledge on any future changes RCE might make, accessibility, pedestrian best practices, contractual implications, climate risk, and other complaints which would be exasperated by this change. Given the number of challenges and issues identified, as part of the review, staff are of the opinion that this should not be explored further. Yeah.
Discussion.
So there are a number of different points that were included as part of the discussion. I'm more than happy to clarify on a number of them, but I think the main one Staff's understanding is to provide a walkable portion of the shoulder within 1.6 kilometer of any school on roads maintained and cleared by the municipality during the winter season. Based on conversations with CCRCE bus staff, there are approximately 30 streets which would see full or partial service, and that represents roughly 10 kilometers of our current road clearing that we do. The additional spend could be somewhere between $85,000 and $110,000, depending on that would be before tax, depending upon the type of winter that we see and the requirements that may be required of us going forward. No, if I could go down to the accessibility. So the Motor Vehicle Act, which prescribes a lot of the rules and regulations in Nova Scotia, dictates where pedestrians should be walking in the absence of sidewalks. So that would mean that any location where a shoulder is cleared would have to naturally include the shoulder on the other side of the road in order to abide by that Motor Vehicle Act statement. So that's not just necessarily on one side of the road will you be clearing. You got to clear on both sides, anywhere within that 1.6 kilometers. The issue around that is we do not clear private properties, so driveways would not be included as part of this. We would skip the driveways, drop snow. Would be not as accessible. You're basically pushing people out into the road to then come back towards your shoulder. And that could create issues for your accessibility community, those with sight impairments or inabilities to navigate awkward landings. And a change in surface material. So those who have some sighting won't necessarily see the difference between, say, a shoulder or the walkable surface that you're trying to provide. We actually did, the director, the manager of roads and engineering, and I did talk with an accessibility individual that actually gave us a pretty glowing recommendation on what we're doing with our current snow clearing standards with respect to visual impairment. So changing that may alter that kind of that recommendation, that glowing review of what we've done. Some of the other issues that would have to be fleshed out a little bit is around contractual. We do not have this as part of our standards. Our standards are what we use as the basis of forming our contracts with our contractors. So there are a number of different issues that would need to be reviewed with them as part of this. We have had in recent winters complaints of snow being pushed into the ditch, into the ditches, which has resulted in impacts to residents. The top of mind is Catherine Street and Tannery Drive, so that would be in Enfield and Elmsdale respectively. Where you would normally use the shoulders for storage of snow during snow clearing operations, removing that snow storage capability from the shoulder to provide the walkable, you're either going to be pushing all of that snow directly into the ditch, or you would have to likely look at removal, which would be a cost above and beyond what we normally incur. Best practices would be to look at the potential for other methods of connection with respect to the 1.6. That's looking into potential sidewalks and other walkable surfaces in the area. That would work with the Open Space and Active Transportation Master Plan from November of 2017, which is, I believe, a map attachment. It's right there. We're located there. And yeah, so the alternative would be to consider an expanded pedestrian-specific network infrastructure, and the alternative is there.
All right.
Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Nope, we got some lights on here. First up, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased that you're looking at clearing the shoulders on the roads in Elmwood. I know there's an issue with snow being pushed into the ditch, which impedes drainage to some properties, but I think the safety of the kids walking to school might outweigh that, and hopefully you can come up with an alternative. I always thought that maybe snow on the shoulders might be a different avenue to take, but I'll leave that with you. But I'm glad that you're looking at not just plowing the paved areas, but giving the children a safe place to travel back and forth to school, especially in the nice winter weather, but also in the severe winter weather when maybe the snow is blowing in. It might be hard for drivers to see students as they try to get home safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mitchell. Next up, Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Well, I have another alternative, and that would be for CCRCE to do their job. But anyway, that's my first comment. Getting children safely to and from school has become a problem throughout this municipality and other municipalities. In this municipality in particular, it extends beyond children who are forced to walk to school where there are no sidewalks or anything like that. And, you know, I've had people say to me, 30 years ago, I walked so many miles to school and it was uphill both ways. Well, you didn't have the traffic traveling at the speed it's traveling now, at that time. And students who are bused in our municipality, there's not a day goes by that parents aren't getting calls in the morning that so-and-so's bus isn't running today. You're going to have to get your kids to school yourself and then pick them up at the end of a day with no notice. And I don't know what has happened. I do know this has all happened since the eradication of school boards. And the time was, if there was a problem, you could sit down with a school board member and have a cup of coffee or tea and say, look, here's a problem in this area, and there's so many families, and is there anything you folks can do? And they'd go back and look, and, 75% of the time at least, there was room on a bus and you could work something out, but that doesn't happen anymore. And the 1.6 kilometers is for elementary school age children. It raises to 2 point something, the figure escapes me.
Through the chair, 2.4,
Yeah.
I believe, is the.
Once a child is no longer in elementary school. And an interesting fact that I became aware of a year or two ago is that the province of Newfoundland has legislation in place, it's law there, that every child has the right to be ferried to school on a school bus. And maybe it's time that we stop asking for little things to address some of these issues and ask for the bigger things. And I don't really expect it to be successful anytime too, but sometimes when you start pushing for big things, they decide to give you the little things so that you stop pushing for the big things. So I just wonder, and I'll wait to hear what other councilors say, but at some point in time, I may well bring a motion forward to ask our provincial government, particularly Department of Education, to investigate the program that was undertaken in Newfoundland to provide busing for all children in that province to go to school. So, and see what that would look like in Nova Scotia. And those are my comments for now. I understand that this solution doesn't appear to be an easy, nothing is ever easy. You think, well, if we could just clear one of the shoulders of the roads, it would give the kids a safe place to walk. But it's never that simple. There's the fact as whether or not we can clear across people's driveways. There's always something. So anyway, I feel the frustration of those people. I have concerns for the children all over this municipality. I have grandchildren who are driven to and from school every day because they live on a dirt road just under the 1.6 kilometer marker from the school. And it's a road that I'm not you know, I don't want a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old walking through a wooded area alone twice a day in this day and age. I'm sorry. And I just think that the standards that the CCRCE and other educational regions across this province are using are badly outdated. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Next up to speak, Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it was me who made this motion back in the spring. I brought it to council because I've been having a lot of complaints from the residents in Enfield where the school happens to be located in the subdivision. So I'm just trying to think of the 10 kilometers and of the different schools. If we're only talking about 1.6 kilometers from the schools in our municipality, thinking of, say, Elmsdale School, where there's a sidewalk and then main sidewalks on the main roads, Maple Ridge, where, so does the province, do you know, I know you know municipal plowing standards, but does the province plow the side roads, the shoulders on number 2 on main roads?
So through the chair, I believe Jesse just put up a map. So this would be the different roads that all go to Enfield Elementary that would be within the 1.6 kilometer walking distance that don't have a sidewalk on them. So
And that's just an example of Enfield.
that's just Enfield. There is a map for Elmsdale as well as Lance. Those are the 3 schools that have roads that would be adjacent to them that the municipality would look after.
That are within 1.6.
Yes, and I
Yeah.
did use the bus planner. That took me a little bit because I didn't know what family of school we were, but I now know. So kudos for my son. In 3 years, he'll know where he's going. But yeah, so these would be all the roads that would be kind of under this 1.6. I cannot speak exactly to what the province does. Their standards differ a little bit for a number of different reasons. They have a hierarchy of roads similar to what we do, but they do everything for their 100 series. Then they go to our arterials. Their last ones to be touched. That's not to be cleared by any stretch, but to be touched is 24 hours after the end of the snowfall. So, for example, none of the roads that you're seeing up here, but councilors have brought up before about clearing on other roads that are part of that exchange. It's around 24 hours at a minimum from the end of the snowfall before they would be touched.
Right.
Generally, what you're doing is you're trying to put a cut through down the middle, get people out to the main drags, and then you would kind of push back,
Go back.
to edge of whatever your requirement would be. So we would do the same, but so we generally go edge of asphalt.
Exactly.
For gravel roads, it's snow covered and passable with sanded. So yeah, you're probably getting a little bit wider of a pushback. Be kind of edge to edge of the road. So it would be kind of close to the ditch, but
I
you
was
still
just
would
wondering
have.
if they would be exempt from, if they would have a walkable area on the shoulders when they got to the main road closer to the schools. So driveways, people own right to the edge of the pavement?
So for our roads, yes. That would be correct. That's how we would identify. So anything up to including the culvert beneath your driveway on municipally owned roads would be the purview and the responsibility of the homeowner.
Okay, I'm just wondering because even though people pave right to the paved edge of, say, a subdivision, I just wondered if they actually own that 3 or 4 feet of shoulder that they've got paved to the end of their driveway.
They would be the ones to maintain it. Now, if we did work and in order to connect and make a feasible connection, we would work to make it even and accessible that way.
Right.
But for my all intents and purposes, sorry, through the chair, I should say, yes, they would be the ones that would own and maintain any of that.
I mean, that is an extensive list. I read it twice over the weekend. And, you know, it is an extensive list of all the reasons why it is difficult to clear the shoulders. And I get it. We never expected to have this problem dumped in our laps. And, you know, people have complained to me. I used to live in Alderney Drive and I walked my dog for years. And there were times or there were streets that part of it, because it was plowed by 2 different groups, that the shoulders were cleared. And the residents were aware of that, and then when it changed, they were aware of that too. But you know what? It's one thing for adults. But when we start getting pre-primary and up age kids that are forced to, and you know what? Not everybody has a grandparent or a parent who can drive them to school. That's the reality. You can't assume that all these kids have drives to school. I travel the number 2 every day, and I see a mother every day, rain or shine or snow, with 3 children that walk to school. They are a one-vehicle family, and the partner is gone to work. And they walk to school and back every single day to that Enfield school. And we cannot assume that everybody has the fortune of having 2 vehicles and having the flexibility to drive these kids to school. So whether we like it or not, this problem has been dumped in our laps, and our children are walking to school on shoulders that aren't cleared. And that means they're walking to school on the main road. And, you know, the way people fly through the subdivisions, hence the speed bumps and the stop signs and everything else we've done, I know it's not good, and I know it would be very complex to start removing snow from the shoulders, but in all good conscience, I just can't not try and do something about this for kids that are forced to walk to school within 1.6 kilometers of the school. And I'll see what other councillors have to say about that.
Next up to speak, Councillor McPhee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. I just want to confirm that all the roads are on the map. Those are municipally owned roads, or all sections that are municipally owned?
So through the chair, those are all the roads that, as of last year's exchange, are plowed by the municipality.
Yeah, I
So
thought
there are
so, yeah.
there are roads, Elmwood, portions of Elmwood, Tannery, for example, in the Elmsdale, Alderney, portions of Boyd. There's a lot of weird, fun things that we have in our municipality. But yeah, so it would be all of the roads that last winter and as part of the exchange, we
Yes.
cleared, whether they were municipally or provincially owned.
Yes, just the ones that are in the service exchange.
That-
Yes, you're not proposing it for, because I have like people who walk, small children have to walk in my district that aren't municipally owned or in the
and-
service exchange.
Through Mr. Chair, that is one of the other challenges, is an increased disparity in standards, because it would be just the part of the municipality controlled clearing, where you'd see something different in Milford, you'd see something different in Shubenacadie, where they're not included in the exchange. Same with Mount Uniacke. That's out of our control, because it's whatever the standard of the day is of the province for those areas.
Right.
So.
And having been involved in snow and ice control for many years, shoulders are cleared back, but not first thing during a storm. They get winged back later. So I don't see how we could change that, or how you could change that in the municipally serviced areas. Seems like that would be a tough one to get in and clean it back, just for the time limits.
Well, through Mr. Chair, that gets back into the contracts and the service times, and gearing up. So your ability to get to that within the window is a challenge on top of the other challenges. It's your time to respond.
Right.
Would be another factor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair, the question here is, should we expand the snow clearing standards to clean the shoulders in these areas? And I think staff have pretty well outlined clearly why we shouldn't do that. But we do still have the concern with the children getting to school. I think it's the school and the parents' responsibility to get them to school. But I feel a responsibility the same as the rest of council. But as far as the motion that we're considering here, I don't think there's much of a decision there, but going forward, I'd like to, or maybe we should look at some other strategies. But I can't see what could be done here, other than the school and the parents find a way to get them to school, busing or sidewalks. You know, does staff have any other possible alternatives here?
Through Mr. Chair, just one clarification is staff don't have a recommendation. We're a recommended motion. Our recommendation is status quo for now.
Right.
The short-term option that is the most tangible is advocacy. Is advocacy for better busing routes. It's advocacy for the school board. It's if there was some sort of council letter to go out, that would be your option. The more concrete option is in the alternatives, and that takes a lot of time, and that gets into infrastructure. And we're talking about the route that was talked to in the map. That's the master trail. That's not sidewalks through every neighborhood. That's the master trail. And then you feed sidewalks off of that. That's a generational play, and it takes time and a lot of dollars and investment. That is the ultimate solution, but that is not an easy or timely solution. So your option to address something short term could be letters for advocacy or reviews on how to get children to school safer would be my suggestion for short term. It's actionable. It may not lead to something direct, but it is something. It's an option. We're not recommending the change in snow clearing it just because of the complexities that we outlined.
So you're saying advocacy, and what was the other one?
Well, it is advocacy short term. It's a letter potentially asking for a review from the school RCE to look into increasing safe routing options for children through their purview. Would be my suggestion. I'd keep it at high level and give them options instead of providing solutions. I'd look for them to review the topic.
Okay, then I'll make that motion that we send a letter to the school region, asking them to look into alternative routes for the kids or suggestions for the kids to find a safe way to school.
Moved and seconded.
We can do that.
There's two people on to speak, Councillor Rhino and Councillor Hebb. Is it towards the motion? No, okay. Well, yeah, you were on before the motion. I'm just asking if your same comments towards that. Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to amend the motion to draw a comparison to, as the warden has stated, Newfoundland. I think a lot of times when you ask for stuff, it's easy for the provincial government to say no or come back with a no. But when you make a comparison to another project or to another province, then they seem to perk their eyes up a little bit. So I would move that in this letter that we advocate to them to look at similar problems as what they do, i.e. Newfoundland.
Seconded. See nobody else left towards the amended motion. We'll go to the vote on the amendment.
Vote for the amendment.
And the amendment has passed unanimously. Now we'll go for a vote on the amended motion unless Councillor Head wants to speak before this, because you were on before the motion. Councillor Head, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Been plowing roads for a few years, and I don't know whether DOT has a policy of clearing the shoulders off, but I have been told many years that you clear the road to the back of to the front of the ditch. It means the whole shoulder. And the reason for that, if you get a heavy rain, if you leave a windrow of snow, the water runs down there and it washes out the side of your pavement, the side of the road. So that's the reason to keep it cleared right back. And I know in some areas and sometimes it doesn't get that way. I can't see this being a major problem. It just means another pass around. It's called winging back. And you clear your road off, you get it all done, you go back and you clean your shoulder off. And to me, that would be the simple fix. That's what's supposed to be done, and that's what should be done. And the contractor that does that just have to tell them they got to clean the shoulders off. So that means an extra pass they have to make, and that would solve all the problems. But I know in a lot of areas they don't do that because it's a time thing. As far as your driveways and stuff, I mean, yeah, you're going to block a lot of driveways. You're going to get a lot of calls, but after you do that 2 or 3 times, the public will know that, yeah, they're going to come back and wing it back. So for me, I think that's it's a simple solution, is just to make sure all those shoulders are shoved back when they're done after the snow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hebb. Seeing nobody left to speak, we'll go to the vote on the amended motion. And the motion's passed unanimously. Thank you so much. Alex, we'll move on to municipal standards update. Oh, sorry, Councilor Rhino. I didn't see you there, sorry.
Seeing the lateness of OED today, I'm gonna ask the question, is there anything any issues that we could be put off until another time or another evening? Yeah, I'm just asking the question.
I'll pass it over to the CAO to see what she would recommend. Go ahead, CAO.
In September. You need to? So we need to do the municipal standards report. I believe the Shore Girls report, does that need to go today or can it be done at council maybe? The Mount Uniac splash pad discussion could be put off until September if that's agreeable to the chair. And the cenotaph discussion should happen today because it's related to a presentation that could take place at council. And the contractual issue at the end should go today. The CAO priorities can go to another day. So that should help move the agenda around if you want to make those amendments.
So if I still have the floor, the Shore Girl would be, that report would be done at council. Is that I hear you say?
We could move that to
And
council.
I think that is very important to deal with. So,
You could also do it today. It doesn't,
well, either or. I'm just looking to expedite the process in the late hour, and since we have people that are waiting for a subject, maybe would be prudent, but I'll leave that to the rest of the council.
Seeing that the last item in Infrastructure and Operations Committee needs to be done, we'll move on to that, and then any further amendments we can do when we convene in Parks and Rec.
Perfect.
Whenever you're ready, Jesse. Go ahead,
Perfect.
Jesse and Jared.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a municipal standard update. So our last update of municipal standards was October 2023. We're doing smaller reviews and tweaks as we go. That's why we're here. And there's a slide deck I'm going to go through briefly. This is a lot of housekeeping, except for one section that is added, and I'm going to talk about in the slide decks. The rest of it is focused on formatting of design drawings and pictorials. We've standardized the formatting, changed wordings, and that's listed in the PowerPoint that was attached to the presentation. I am going to talk to specific slides, but not each slide of the standards. So the review of the standards, Jared has put together the summary of everything that was referenced in the revisions, and we're looking to align wording with other standard documentation across the region. As you can see, this slide 4, perfect. That's just a quick wording. This is the one I wanted to talk to. So this is a critical section that we've added, is wording on climate change. This is being driven. This is a commitment we made to the community to add wording on climate change within our design. This is in response to the July 2023 flooding event that saw massive damage throughout the municipality and across the province. It's taken some time because there were several entities responding, and we wanted to have a reference to an authority. And so CSA did complete a document within the last year, and that's what we are referencing, and have added it into the design criteria, which is critical. And so getting the terminology of developing and interpreting intensity, duration, frequency information for climate change, that's the documentation, and that's added. It's a new section within our municipal standards. It sounds subtle, but it's not, because it's now a required criteria, and there is a standard approach that designers can design to when they're doing their calculations for storm flows. And it's something our staff can verify and link to a standard. And linking, it's just a repetition of that. And I am going to show you the subtle piece. That was the key, is just to let you know that we have added that to the standard. Passionate about that based on especially the impacts on Roberts Scott Drive and our work on flood mitigation studies and getting that in. It's doing it right. So the rest of it is adding subtle things. Where am I? Slide 10. So, nope, not that one. It's just wording and changes to numbers and formatting the rest of the document. Everything else was climate change related. For the most part, the addition of some wording to include sections like additional wording, additional different number sequencing. It was a housekeeping exercise for the most part. And I'm going to skip to the before and after of the drawings throughout, standardizing legend boxes and making sure that it's sized right and formatted right throughout, modernizing some of the visuals, which is hard to see in the document, but it's standard when you flip through it throughout. But that's it. It's in section 5, the addition of climate change is the bulk of it. The rest of it is a housekeeping exercise on the municipal standards, and it ties into each subsequent development. And we really looking for this to get through this month for upcoming development proposals that we want to make sure that they have that design criteria in place.
Thank you, Jesse. First up to speak, Warden Rolston.
Thank you. I would move that the Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommends to Council that Council approves the revisions of the municipal standards as attached to the Executive Committee agenda of July 15th, 2025.
Moved and seconded. Seeing where there's no discussion, we'll go to the vote. And the vote has passed unanimously. Seeing that brings us to the conclusion of Infrastructure and Operations, I'll be looking to adjourn and reconvene in Parks, Recreation, and Culture with Councillor Rhino. Yeah, motion to adjourn. So moved. Seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Approval of the minutes, June the 17th, 2025. Is there any errors or omissions with the minutes? Seeing none, I will approve them as read. We've heard suggestions of what we could do or what we couldn't. We do what is the wishes of the committee with regard to the items that could be adjusted. Do we still want to remain with this, or? Councillor Perry.
The items identified being the Mount Uniacke splash pad, the CAO discussions, be moved to a future meeting.
Do I have a seconder? Second. Seconder moved by Councillor Perry, second by Councillor Merriam. Any comment or question? Go to the vote. Votes are in and it's passed unanimously. All right, first order of business would then be item 37, Shore Girl, and Alana, you'll be taking that one? Oh, yeah, she won't be here. Yeah, I understand, yes. Okay. Yeah, I know. She told me.
Yep.
How do I get that off?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So this report brings back some information that council gave direction to staff to bring back a report regarding Shore Girls Adventures' request to provide after-hour ocean floor tours at Burntcoat Head Park. We have a motion that council, through council motion, C-25-207, to prepare that report. That included some discussion around referencing risk mitigation, safety plans, environmental impacts, alignment with current operations of the park, municipal staffing, as well as consultation with the local fire department. So I'm going to go back down to the background because staff are seeking council direction, so we've provided some recommendation options. So the background, I'll be brief. I mentioned the request by Shore Girl Adventures. During the council meeting, staff did not recommend moving forward with permitting after-hours tours based on some concerns around risk and liability, lack of on-site staff, lack of on-site facilities after employees leave, lighting and terrain, and reputational risk. So the first portion of the discussion really gives some background information. So currently, municipal staff do offer ocean floor tours at Burntcoat Head Park. We do this through the hiring of our seasonal interpretive guides. These tours begin at the lighthouse. They continue to the ocean floor where information is given on marine life, ecology, flora, fauna, and geological formations. So the tour length is approximately 90 minutes, but really it's dependent on the engagement of the participants and can go upwards of 2 hours. And we do these throughout the season when tides permit. So in 2024, we open mid-May and we go until mid-October. And in 2024, they ran 107 tours, and that, I believe, we were able to have about just over 900 participants of those tours. So for 2025, we currently have 100 scheduled. And where possible, when tours fill up and we have the staffing, we do add additional tours. These tours are booked online through Perfect Mind. It's our software. And then the guests also have to sign a waiver that we do provide. And we have listed here just some points that waiver includes, and it's acknowledging awareness of risk, assumption of risk, agreement to waive all claims against East Hants, and to release from any liability for loss, damage, or injury, etc. I've listed the cost there for the tours. It's $18 for adults, $15 for seniors, and children under 18. And then there's no charge for children under the age of 5. Excuse me. In 2024, we had projected to generate $8,500 in revenue from those tours, but we actually generated just over $18,000 of revenue. When we had projected for 2025, we hadn't yet discovered the full cost of the revenue we had generated. So we did estimate $12,000 for this year, but if we're on trajectory the same as last year, we could potentially make more than that.
This next section just speaks to municipal park hours and operations. So all parks, including our tourism sites, are open from dawn until dusk, and our signage, park ID signage, et cetera, does reflect that time period. When we say after hours at the tourism sites, really that's about the time where the municipal staff are not present. So at the tourism sites throughout the tourism season, that mid-May to October, our staff are on site with the washrooms and the lighthouse open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We do schedule a staff member to come in at 8 a.m., and that's to do washroom checks, just do a walk through the park, look for any sort of things that we should clean up, et cetera. And then we have cautionary signage throughout the park as well that gives information on safety, not just at the entrance to the park, sort of by the washrooms, but as you get closer to the ocean floor on the ledge. Burnt Coat Head Park also has a gate. We do close that in the winter months. We do not close that daily during the operating season. We wait until about November when icy conditions are present, and then we close it. And there's rationale for this, and that's really about enabling local residents that can visit the site and would have done so when it was owned by the not-for-profit association. And also we had issues in the past when the gate was locked with weather conditions still being conducive to people going to walk the ocean floor or go to the park. They would actually block Burnt Coat Lane, so it would be difficult for the adjacent property owners to have their visitors come to their site. And we did actually have a truck go through the gate at one point as well. So we do lock that in November, and then we unlock it close to the opening date. I think it's important to note that outside of the tourism season and after hours when staff aren't present, we don't actively patrol park locations. We continue to inspect, though, the locations throughout the off-season as we still do, litter pickup and things like that and inspections. I have a section here that also looks at the other business opportunities that have been noted at Burnt Coat Head Park. They do differ slightly from this particular request because they're services that aren't done through municipal staff or something that we sort of operate. We have Dining on the Ocean Floor, which is a fairly well-known culinary experience. It was started by a separate vendor who then actually transferred it over to the current provider. In advance of each season, we work with that vendor to look at the appropriate tide times. They pick their dates. We outline hours because it looks at the times during the day of the tides. They do pay a fee, a small storage fee, a landing fee, as well as each of their participants for their Dining on the Ocean Floor activity does do an ocean floor tour, so they pay that fee as well. And then we also have Ambassadors, which is a fairly well-known tour operator based out of Halifax, and they book cruise shore excursions for their cruise passengers that come to Burnt Coat. The group also visits Fundy Tidal, and they do have a lunch courtesy of a local food provider that they have at the site. We do a flat rate fee that is charged per bus, and again, we have this contract that is established in advance of the season where we agree upon dates, and that allows us for our staffing. That's an incredibly key part of this, is that when we have those increased numbers on site, that we can ensure that we have the appropriate number of staff on site. For that particular group, we do not do private tours. We do a welcoming address. We provide some safety information, and those additional staff on site on those days walk throughout the park, walk throughout the ocean floor. They may answer questions. They may provide cautionary information. And it's also noted in there that for these particular for-profit businesses, municipal staff are present and fees are charged. There may be times when, say, Dining on the Ocean Floor is still doing their cleanup upwards to 6 o'clock, in which case we do have a staff member on site that they are charged for, and they just sort of stay there until the group is gone, ensure everything is locked up properly, et cetera. This next section was, it's sort of a condensed version of the information provided by the tour operator. So council did want to consult with the tour operator, and they did provide sort of a business plan, some general safety measures, and then tour information. So it's a guided tour business that's based out of Maitland. They offer not just ocean floor tours, but also they've listed some nature and historical walking tours. I've given a description there of what the ocean floor tours include, which is exploring tidal flats, looking at marine life and geology. They are currently offering them out of the provincial park, Anthony Park, that is located nearby. They're 1.5 to 2 hours in length, and the cost is listed as well. There is a provincial process that allows for applications for businesses. There's sort of a two-stream approach. There's for food vendor and then all other services. And they do have an application process online. They were due this year, February 14th. And the tour provider's operations plans listed a provincial park access agreement. At the time of the report, the tour provider had 27 ocean floor tours listed at Anthony Park in July and 26 in August. I've also given a description that was provided by the tour operator for the nature tours, as well as the historical walking tours. They're looking to operate from May to October, 2 to 4 hours per day during peak tourism season, and they will be owner-led with the potential for additional seasonal guides. This information here on risk and insurance coverage was also provided by the tour operator, and it speaks to them having a $2 million commercial general liability insurance coverage. We've listed that. We haven't seen a policy because there's no formal agreement or any sort of council direction to do that, but staff would need to investigate the nature of this coverage and look at any exclusions there may be. Typically, there wouldn't necessarily be an industry standard for coverage because the insurer would want to sort of individually look at different things and see what the activity would entail. And really, the amount of coverage the municipality requires is down to the potential risk of the activities. So, that really is minor injury up to sort of major injury or worse, and the likelihood that they are going to happen. We have had an increased number of visitors to Burnt Coat Head Park and Fundy Tidal. Burnt Coat Head Park had 65,000 visitors last year, and we have, had a slight uptake in the number of incidents, in which case we have an incident reporting and sort of an action plan with our staff to deal with those things. From internal staff review, the municipality would want to transfer the defense of any claims to the tour operator's insurer with a minimum of $5 million per incident and $5 million aggregate. The tour provider also listed sort of some of the points of their safety plan, and they talk about tide awareness, timing, emergency protocols, a response plan, etc. It should be noted that if council wanted to further explore some type of an agreement with the individual, that the plan should be more detailed to ensure that they meet the expected provisions. I don't think there's any concern with environmental impacts. Their general safety measures do list leaving no trace, avoiding disturbing marine life, and I believe there's some experience there, so I don't think there's any concern with environmental impact. Excuse me. A big part of the conversation with council when this first came forward was the after-hours tour consideration and having some consultation with the Knoll and District Volunteer Fire Department. So staff did reach out to the fire department, and there were concerns brought forward by the department around the number of staff that would be accompanying each tour, one person versus multiple people per tour or number of people on site. The fire department also had concerns about having additional tours as it could put strain on the department and that the fire department can't guarantee service. The fire department did acknowledge that if council were considering entering into an agreement to operate or have tours operated outside of municipal staff hours, that they should be completed at minimum 2 hours before dusk to ensure all emergency situations could be addressed within daylight hours. At times when there's medical emergencies that occur at the site, depending on the information that's communicated to 911, and the dispatcher, fire may not be dispatched based on the level of service in the medical first responder program. So it's really key to have those correct details be part of that 911 call to ensure if fire support is needed, that actually triggers that process. One thing that the fire chief did want to remind is that the Nolan District Volunteer Fire Department does not receive a specific tax levy or contribution in lieu of services for servicing the municipal park site. This is in alignment with other locations throughout the municipality. Some other after-hours tour considerations, and I apologize because this is a lot of information at the end of the day. We have occupiers' liability. So in short, granting permission to run tours after hours, it does introduce occupiers' liability, risk for the municipality. We are the property owner, so if an injury is sustained on our site, even if we're not directly involved in the activity, that could actually fall back to our insurance coverage. If there wasn't adequate insurance covered, we could be held responsible for covering damages. So that's where we, through internal discussion, had looked at clear indemnification clauses and a minimum of 5 million CGL. It would also be recommended that if council wanted to enter into any type of an agreement or have staff explore an agreement, there should be no exclusion for participant injury. Moving down, lack of on-site staff. So really, after hours of the park occurs at user's own risk. So permitting sanctioned activity outside of regular hours could introduce the expectation that there's staff oversight and an emergency response. There would be no municipal staff on site to install safety protocols, assist in emergencies, or to provide access to first aid. We do have multiple staff when we're there for the tours ourselves, and it would be recommended that if council wanted to explore that we should actually consider having a municipal staff person on site at a cost recovery piece to the tour operator. Access to first aid supplies, in keeping with having that municipal staff presence when we do our own tours. We have, we provide all of our staff with first aid. We're transitioning to a more in-depth first aid for all of our staff as we recertify them, and we have, a substantial first aid kit, and we're very fortunate that some of the staff we have right now are actually first responders and have great experience in dealing with these kinds of situations. After hours, limited washroom facilities. So our washroom building is locked at 5 o'clock. What we do provide is a portable washroom after hours that we unlock should anyone need something after that time. There is a cost to operating the portable washroom because we do have a service provider go out and clean that and empty it weekly. There's lighting and terrain hazards, so I think most of council is well aware of the tides and the change of the tides and the concern that we bring. So again, permitting increased number of visitors certainly by way of a third party could increase accidents or incidents. We do mention potential vandalism and then the tide timing piece. And really it's that, just understanding the tides. Like I said, multiple trained staff on site during the day, so that's a common theme. And just having concerns about one tour operator versus multiple staff on site. And then there's oversight requirements. So monitoring third-party compliance with safety, environmental, and operational standards. It would either go unmonitored or require additional staff time. So if there is after-hours demand, and council wanted to explore that, council may wish to direct staff to consider extending the service directly through hiring our own staff, rather than licensing a third party. And then we've listed reputational risk as well. So I understand it's a lot of information. What we wanted to do is sort of outline that further than the discussion from our previous council meeting and bring back options for council to consider. So what staff have listed as option one is to not move forward with permitting after-hours tours by a for-profit business at Burntcoat Head Park and to maintain the current level of service at our tourism sites. Option two was, should council wish to look into a license agreement or some type of an agreement, direct staff to enter into negotiations, in which case we've listed some criteria that would be really important to be part of that agreement. The $5 million liability, defined tour parameters, a detailed safety plan, municipal staff person on site, and ensuring that the local fire department is aware and in alignment. And then option three we've listed as well is if council determines that having tours in the evening hours is a priority, it would be less risky to run the tours using municipal staff and consider extending the hours having municipal staff on site. So with that, council could direct staff to include expenses in upcoming budget discussions for 26-27. So I'll go back up to the options as listed or potential options in the recommended motion, and certainly happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the report. First up would be Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. So just remind me, so 5 o'clock is the cutoff for tours for our staff?
So through you, Mr. Chair, 5 o'clock is actually when we close the site and don't have municipal staff on site or close the lighthouse and the washroom. So our tours would end far before that.
Okay.
Yep.
So obviously this would impact the 12,000 projected dollars that you're hoping to do through tours through the municipality, or no, you don't think it would?
Well, I mean, truthfully, I don't think that was really the consideration. We did want to note that there is revenue generated from the tours. We did take a look at the number of tours throughout. I think we looked at July, August, and September, just trying to understand the number of tours that could potentially operate and still be completed before that 2 hours before dusk window. And it was, I think for July or August, it was like 7 or 8. In September, there was 10 times that you could access the ocean floor after 5 o'clock, but it didn't give a 90-minute window because, again, our daylight hours are waning. So, I don't want to stress to council that is financially motivated because that's not really the idea behind it. I think we've listed many other concerns, but in all fairness, we do generate revenue from that. So we just wanted to list that.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, Warden Ralston.
Thank you. Lots and lots to consider, and I see Mike in the gallery, so I'm sure he was a key part of the advice on the risk and the liability here. Is here in case we have questions on that. Yeah, this is an interesting one, although I'm going to say we had around, 65,000 visitors to Burntcoat Head last year? And that's just running the hours we run, and I've been wondering for a while if it might be time to look at extending the hours of the park into the evening another hour or two, at least when daylight so permits, because many people, when they're traveling, it might be supper time when they get there. Well, those are just some thoughts I've had. Yeah, well, I'll listen to see what other folks have to say. There's a lot of information here and a lot to take into consideration before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Hibb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, is there adequate cell phone service there, or do we have a landline there at the site?
Through the chair, staff do have radios that they use when they're on site. So we have cell phones for the staff, or staff have cell phones. Some of them are their own. There is landline, but when we're actually out within the park, we use radios because it actually is far more reliable.
I was just curious because of if we had to make an emergency call, that sometimes the cell phone service is not great, but if you got a landline there, so great. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else left to speak, I'm going to, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The two parts that concern me are the liability insurance. It's saying they might have 2 million, but we're requesting 5, but I'm not sure 5 might be the limit that is necessary if something did happen. And there was a death. I'm not sure what the limit would be. And also, the second part is the emergency services. I'd hate to put Knoll Fire on the hook to be available when those tours are on. They could be out on another function, and there would be no fire service that would be there, especially those that have first responder capability. So those are my two concerns at the moment. The liability that could cause to the municipality going forward, and also the emergency services that might be available in a time of need, especially if somebody's caught out in the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Zeke. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Lana. So in looking at this, I do know in the waning time of the year, the availability becomes less. Roughly estimating how many days a month would the evening schedule be available for walks on the ocean floor?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I'm going to start coughing again. Excuse me. So we did look at July, August, and September. We just took that particular thing. So for July, there's 8 days where the ocean floor is accessible, but there's only 6 where there's a 90-minute window. So and basing that on the tour provider, 1.5 hours, maybe 2. And again, same with the municipal tours. We say 90 minutes, but if you have an engaged group, we don't cut them off. Sometimes it goes 2 hours. So for July, it's 8 days with potential where 6 seems to fit in that ocean floor window. For August, there was 7 days, but really only 6 of those were appropriate. And in September, there were 10 days, but none of them gave enough of a 90-minute window to make it accessible and safe.
So we're looking at peak season, roughly 12 days for operation. Yeah,
Through you,
no.
Mr. Chair, we didn't look at May and June, just,
June.
we were looking at the window for right now. So I mean, there could be probably about 6 or 7 you're thinking maybe for June, and May, we're really only open for the last 2 weeks, and, you know, probably quite a lot less, just based on the,
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to see what the feasibility is for number of tours and the offering that it could make to the public. And I do agree with Councilor Mitchell. One of the biggest things I have a concern with beyond the liability is Knoll Fire and their comments that we received. We all know how hard our firefighters work and how much they're stretched, especially during this time of year. It seems to be medical, MVAs, and everything else. So, lots of stuff to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Councilor Perry. Seeing no one left to speak, I would like to speak on the issue. I'm going to remove myself as chair until the conclusion of this item. Turn it over to the warden. Well, I look at this in a different light. I looked at this is another business that will promote the area. When I read the report, I looked at it, and I know the director spoke to it, but it seemed to me that the report was drawing into making a competition, or this is the way I took it. And really, that's not the way we should be looking at this. This is the way we're both trying to promote the area. One is doing this for a profit, but they're promoting the area. And that is the biggest thing. Tourism is the major factor up and down along that shore. Not the only factor, but it is a great factor up and along that shore, tourism. We want to build upon that. We want to work toward it. It seems to me that, you know, people may say, yeah, we're throwing up roadblocks. And to me, I think we're being due diligent in trying to make sure the municipality is protected. But I think that we can mitigate those and run into a negotiation that would be formidable for both. And if the person can meet the $5 million liability, which I do agree with, I think we could promote this area even further. You know, it says in the report that we keep this open spring and fall. So we have already people going down there spring and fall into that park. So there's risks there right now, and maybe we don't keep track of how many people go down, but there are, because I've heard people say, you know, we visited after the park is closed and so on. So there is risk there. The other provincial, it was mentioned in the report that the Anthony's Provincial Park, the province, you know, enters into an agreements with other people to access their park. I don't see any difference between the province and us for accessing. We should be promoting the area. That to me is great. We've had numerous people write letters of support for this Shore Girl Adventures, that it's stating, and it's well needed. It's going to add to everything along that shore. And that's where I stand. I really think that we should be trying to do what we can to make this work. Make this and see if it works out. Try it as a pilot project for this summer. If there's complications and things that don't work up, then, you know, we could build that into an agreement that this is a pilot project to be reviewed by executive and council after so many months, and to see where it goes. But I don't know, it just seems like we're just working against this, and I think it has an opportunity to promote the shore, and the more opportunity we take, I think the municipality is going to be better off, and so will the residents, and so will the area. Now we have people coming in on bus tours, and we know this is going to me, in my mind, going to add to this. Let's work with it. Let's build this area as a better tourism attraction, and then further that opportunity in which we have. Thank you for listening.
Does anyone else have any comments or questions to make? Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Looking at.
Sorry. Trying.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Looking at how things are operated with our other third parties that do stuff. For, like, I would like our staff, if we were to go into this and move forward, having a staff member on during the tours, would one be enough, or would you require two? Just so people aren't there alone late at night, and roughly what's the cost being charged to the other operators currently? Or I know that's a contractual thing, so maybe we can't get into the cost, but the number of hours that's required pre-start and post-finish, because I would imagine if in the other one, I believe they're there an extra hour doing their business, but I would imagine that there's extra work to do to lock the park up after they leave, so there's an extra amount of time required after.
Through the chair, so without getting into sort of exact cost, because of the contractual nature, that staff cost for, say, the one where it's an hour after park closes, it's grouped into an overarching cost, and it's cost recovery for the staff person as well as some other incidentals. So really, it's only that additional hour, and they know that they have to leave by that point. And typically, the Dining on the Ocean Floor events, for example, they have a certain number per year, and it's a fairly well-oiled machine. They've got their setup takedown, which our staff have nothing to do with. That's all. They have multiple staff too. So for Dining on the Ocean Floor, it's not just one individual. They probably have 4 or 5 staff of their own that are running the event, that are bringing things down, moving things up, and are there should there be any issues. Our staff do the tour. That's when multiple staff are on site, because they do individualized tours for the participants of that activity. And then we have one staff person that stays and the washroom's locked, and they just oversee that everything's closed up. So it's minimal in what they do. In terms of if we were to move forward and have staff there, is it 1 staff? Is it 2 staff? I mean, that may be part of the discussions if council wants us to consider an agreement of some sort. Again, when we have our own site operating and we have tours on those days, or we know Ambassadors is coming, we have 4 staff, maybe we have 5, because we know that there's busier times. So again, we hadn't really identified number of staff that should be present if that's the case.
Because I'm looking at, we already talked, Councillor Head brought up about cell phone coverage and how currently we use radios, so there's somebody back near the hard phone line if there is an emergency. So I don't know if that's a consideration or not, and then what the close up and clearing procedures are. I'm a big proponent that if somebody's supposed to be done at 6 o'clock, they're not there till 6:15, 6:20, still working, not being paid, right? People deserve to be paid for any work they do. So I want to make sure that stuff is taken care of if council decides to move forward. So these are some other considerations and some other things that I think if we move forward with one of the options like this, that will need to be clarified and run through risk management to ensure that our people are taken care of, everybody is safe. I have no doubt that it will add to the shore, as Councillor Rano said, but again, the local fire piece too, we want to be engaged with them and make sure that they're well aware of the times and different things. So that's where I'm at. It's about making sure all the people are taken care of. Thank you.
Counselor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm going to throw this out to you. I'm going to move the direct staff to enter into negotiations with Shore Girl Adventures to permit after-hours tours at the Burncoat Head Park, provided the following criteria are met. Establishment of a formal agreement or contract with indemnity provisions and insurance requirements, $5 million liability listing, municipality of East Hants as an additional insurer. Define tour parameters, safety plan, environmental impact protection plan. Municipal staff person is on site during the tours on cost recovery basis with the tour operator, and the local fire department is aware and in line with non-municipal tours running between the hours of 5 p.m. until 2 hours before dusk. I so move.
Seconded by Counselor McPhee. Okay. Deputy Warden McPhee, sorry. Counselor Head.
Thank you, Warden. I would like to make an amendment to the motion to have this set up as a pilot project for 1 year and have an assessment done after the first year, bringing a report back to council.
For this year, you mean, for the summer?
Well, whenever, if this passes, but,
But it would be for like a calendar year or this?
no, this,
tourism
for this
season?
tourism season this year, yeah.
We have a seconder to the amendment. Deputy Warden McPhee. Now, this is awkward. I'd like to speak to the amendment, so I'm going to pass the chair back over to you. Okay, back over to you, sir. And I guess it's not really to the amendment, I guess. No, it would be to the motion after the amendment. Okay. Anyway.
You still got the chair?
Yeah. Any further discussion on the amendment? And the amendment is to add to the motion that Councillor Rhino read the words "as a pilot project for this tourist season to be reviewed at the end of the season." Is that captured? Okay, discussion on the amendment. Okay, we'll vote on the amendment. And the motion is passed by a vote of 9-2, with Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Tingley voting nay. Now, to the amended motion. Okay, I have Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By listing the municipality of East Hants as an additional insured, if something happened, our insurance will get a hit or not?
Through the chair, I might want to defer to Mike, but how I understand that is that if it was above and beyond what the tour operator's coverage was, then it could actually come to us. So essentially, if it was above, say they had 2 million or 5 million, so 5 million, for example, if it went over 5 million, then if they were seeking more than that, then it would fall to the municipality as property owner. It could, sorry, as property owners.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And just one question. So we have set parameters as listed by Councilor Rhino, and in the event that any of those parameters are unable to be met, we would not proceed forward, correct?
If that is the list that council would like to proceed with to be included in agreement, then I would think it would be yes, or we would have to bring something back to council. It wouldn't be in staff's.
So, yeah, we'd have to
area
come back to
to-
council,
yep.
and I just want to make sure that we've covered all the bases for us for liability and for citizen protection. And I believe I'm getting a nod from the CAO that she's happy, so I'm happy there as well. I just want to make sure everything's good, so the list is clear for both us and the operator, what they need to do to move forward, so there's nothing that comes out later. We want to make this process as easy as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Dixon, you? Okay. I did have some comments, but we're in an awkward position because Councillor Rhino doesn't feel he's able to take the chair back after he has spoken to the motion. So maybe you could flip chairs with the deputy warden and he could take the chair.
Okay, Gordon.
All right, the only thing I really want to emphasize is that you cannot contract away your liability. Doesn't matter how much. And the difference, I just want to make sure people understand the difference with people just strolling down to the park when it's closed. That's a different level of liability than there being a sanctioned activity at the park. A whole different ball of wax. I see Mike shaking his head, so I think I'm understanding that right. Right now, the park is closed. If people choose to go there, it's basically at their own risk because they know it's closed. But if they go to the park after hours, even if they're not part of one of these tours, and there's a sanctioned activity taking place at the park, then we become more liable. And the risk, in my mind, increases that if people know there's a tour going on at the park and they see cars in the parking lot and whatnot, they assume that maybe the park is open. People go to the park, more people that aren't on this tour, and they might not leave when the tour's over 2 hours before dusk. So I'm not against tourism or anything, but as I said earlier in the day, I'm a liability person. And I am concerned about that liability, and I don't think there's really any way to contract that liability away. And I still, as I said earlier, nothing against, I think this lady has started a phenomenal business. And, she's working out of Anthony Park at Current, and nothing against that at all. But I kind of still lean to the idea that if our park is not open enough hours to serve the public, that we might want to look at keeping the park open till 6 or to 7 during the peak months of the season, as opposed to closing it at 5. Then the washrooms would be open and there would be enough staff there and so on. So those are just my comments. I do still have concerns, and let's face it, we're approaching the end of July. By the time anything could be insurance procured and everything, we're probably looking at August, would be my guess, before there would be any startup this year, at least. It's not going to be a quick turnaround. So anyway, and like I said, I know there's no doubt in my mind that if a call comes in from that park at any time, the fire department will do their very best to respond. However, they have expressed concerns about their ability at certain times, and I have to take that into consideration too. And those are just my only comments, like that there is a difference in the liability when people just take a walk down and into the park when it's closed, and taking a walk down or driving and parking and going into the park when the municipality has a sanctioned event going on at the park, be it our event or be it not. So those are just my comments. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Turn the chair back.
No, I've discussed now.
Okay, discussed, so I guess. Okay. Seeing nobody else left to speak, we'll go to the vote.
I'll vote there.
Okay.
I don't want to, I can vote for you. You gonna be back up here now?
Yep.
Somebody hasn't voted. Okay. No, it's in now. It's done.
Oh, sorry, I keep saying. And the vote's in, and it has been defeated 6-5. And where do
Individual.
with myself, Chairperson Rhino, Councillor Merriam, Councillor Hibb, and Councillor Garden Cole voting for it.
Okay.
Okay, now, I guess we can turn the chair back to you.
Yeah.
Yes, chair, back to the chair.
All right, I'd like to thank the warden and council, or Deputy Warden McPhee for stepping in as chairperson on that. That brings us to our next order of business, which would be item 39, which would be request to make a presentation to Shubenacadie on the Shubenacadie Cenotaph relocation. Who'll be taking that? Pardon? You will? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was posted, there's been a request come in from Michelle Anthony, Sue Smith, and Carolyn Nelson to make a presentation to council on the movement of the Shubenacadie Cenotaph. The reason it's come to committee is just from a timing perspective. They would like to make the presentation would be made at council next week if this application is approved to hear a presentation from the group. They are representing the residents, past and present, of Shubenacadie who are upset by the relocation of the monument. They would like to the cenotaph return to its original spot, and they have a petition to present to council.
Is that all? Councillor, first up to speak, Councillor Perry.
Is this group residents of Shubenacadie, past and present? Is that a registered nonprofit group?
No.
Or is it just the?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it's a group of residents.
Oh, just
It's not a
group of
nonprofit
residents.
group.
It's not a formal group? Okay, thank you.
Is that all, Councillor? Councillor McPhee, or
Thank-
Deputy Warden, excuse me, McPhee. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this has certainly been an issue that I've paid a lot of attention to since the group that's represented here today put up their first started commenting on East Hants Wants to Know. I followed that for the first 2.5 weeks approximately, so I have a pretty good idea of what their position is on it. Since that time, I had looked at their comments on East Hants Wants to Know. I haven't followed them since they've set up their own Facebook page, however. So, and on this issue, I've had a lot of residents approach me on it, both by phone and in person. And those residents aren't represented here today because everybody that approached me has thought it was a good idea to leave the cenotaph where it is now in front of the Legion. So I don't see where there's anything to be gained in a presentation. This group's perspective is well represented. Anybody that wants to read it can get it on East Hants Wants to Know or go to their own Facebook page. It's a community issue and should be dealt with in the community. I don't think it's something the council needs to debate or be concerned with. So I won't be supporting their request to present to council. Thank you.
Is that all, Deputy Warden?
Yes.
Anyone else would like to weigh in? Councillor Hebb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been approached by 8 different people on this topic, 5 who wanted the cenotaph put back where it was, and I believe only one of them was a veteran. 3 other people contacted me who were all veterans who felt that it was in the appropriate place where it should be. One of the individuals made a comment that if there would have been a Legion back then when the cenotaph was erected, they felt that it probably would have been on the Legion property back then. So they felt it's in its proper place right now. And another individual said, I asked them, you know, like why didn't they come forth with stuff? They were afraid of the backlash on social media that they would get. They felt that it would put neighbor against neighbor, family member against family member, and eventually could be divide the community in one area or another. So those are just the comments that was brought to me, and I just wanted to present that to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hebb. Next up, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't have an issue with having a public meeting here, but I think the preference would be maybe to have it in Shubenacadie, where all the people get together and discuss that amongst themselves.
But I don't think it's for a presentation. It's not for a meeting.
That was
It's
my
just
opinion I have
request.
here.
Okay.
I think that would be something that maybe councilors could try to coordinate in that area. I mean, we hear the negative side, there's probably some positive side. If they got together, maybe they could discuss it. Thank you.
Is that all, Councillor?
Yes.
Next up, Counselor Gordon Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is not this is a request to come and present in front of council. So it's not about having a meeting in the community at this point. Well, I'm open to having the group come and present in council. So that's my stand on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair, I'd also be open to having them come to council and present. I'm aware, I've only heard from one person in my district about this, and this person was upset that it was moved. But I'm not sure what we can do at this point about it. Like when we voted on this initially, I didn't think it was us that was making the decision to move the cenotaph. And I'm not
Well,
going
I
to
don't think we're gonna want to get into a debate that way. We're just, are we willing to let this group make a presentation, I think is.
Well, okay, then I would say, the reason I wanted to get into that is, I think people were hurt by the fact that it was moved. And for that reason, I would be open to have them present.
Thank you, Counselor Tingley. Counselor Mitchell.
Mr. Chair, I'm open to listen to the presentation from the group. I just hope that here I can hear both sides of the argument before, and not just one side. So that's my comment.
Seeing no one left to speak, would somebody create a motion to that we entertain the presentation of the Shubenacadie Cenotaph relocation?
Not.
Or not, either way. Councillor Garden Cole.
I'd like to make a motion that we agree to meet the group to present at council and discuss the possibilation of.
No,
Well, just to hear from the group.
Okay, that's my motion.
It's been moved by Councillor Garden Cole, seconded by Councillor, seconded by Councillor Tingley. Councillor Perry to the motion.
In the ask for do it, it says there's going to be a petition to present. I imagine at some point the names of that petition will have to be vetted as well, for residency and validity. So that is something that, maybe, I don't know if there's coordination that can happen between now
Well, I
and
think
then.
that, excuse me, that will have to be, if a petition is brought forth, then at that time, we would have to put parameters around that petition. That's my own, and not to cut you off. But
No, I
that's-
just
Right.
just making sure.
This is only for a presentation purpose, it's a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McPhee. Or Deputy Warden McPhee, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say I just don't see anything positive coming out of this presentation. I don't see how this is going to help the community. I don't see how it's going to help council. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. Well, this has been a difficult discussion, I think, for many. It's not something I've heard a lot about in my district, although I have heard a bit. But the comments I've heard have been similar to what the deputy warden has. But my residents don't live in Shubenacadie, but those who have commented think it's beautiful where it is now, and it's great. But have that aside, when it's not an issue that is burning in my own community and that I don't have a lot of questions and push from my residents, it has been, in the years I've been on council, my practice to, generally speaking, when it's not something I'm morally, well, we don't do morally bad things, I guess, but I tend to I tend to turn to the area counselor as someone who perhaps has his finger on the pulse of his or her community. And those are just my comments. That's generally when I don't have all of the details or it's not an issue that impacts my community, that is traditionally the way that I tend to go. Thank you.
All right. Okay, the motion is to have this committee make a presentation to council on council night next Wednesday. Seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the vote is in, and it has been passed 7-4 to have the group present with Deputy Warden McPhee, Councillor Hibb, Councillor Perry, and Warden Ralston voting nay. So staff will be, I would say, contacting the presenters to discussion on how a presentation, what it can entail, correct? Yes. Okay. Very good. All right. Next order of business would be an in-camera session pertaining to a contractual issue. So I'll entertain a motion to go in camera. Moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. All those in favor? Contrary of mine? But you won't believe me until now. Finally, we're in agreement. All right, we're back to regular Parks, Recreation, and Culture, and I'd like to report that we met in camera to discuss a contractual issue, and there was nothing coming forward from that. At this time, seeing nothing else on the agenda, I would entertain and is there nothing else on the executive committee before I close? So, seeing nothing on the, I will declare the meeting closed. I'd just like to say, it's been, always, it's been a pleasure to chair the meeting, and my pleasure. But I must say, they often say this is the hot seat up here, but I can guarantee right now, it's not hot. Somebody's got the fridge door open.
Can we go right into council?
Just come Karen Keith's chair down.
Oh, we need,
No, it's council, so it's deputy warden, and you read the report from there, Sandra.
okay, we will call this meeting of council for policy and in camera to order. We do have 3 items on the agenda. Item number 3 on your agenda is being put off to a future date, taking us down to 2 items. So we will start with the Corporate and Residential Services Committee. Councillor Garden Cole, I will turn it over to you.
The committee held its regular meeting on July 15, 2025, and the following motions are coming forward as a result of that meeting. Item 1, Council Procurement Policy. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends adopting changes to the council procurement policy to bring it into line with recent changes to the Public Procurement Act of Nova Scotia, September 2024, and the Public Procurement Policy the province adopted in late December 2024. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends that council give notice of intent to amend their procurement policy as attached to the executive agenda July 15, 2025, with such amendment to be effective beginning September 1st, 2025. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Someone has not voted. Oh, is Councillor Tingley out of the room? Okay. Then the motion is passed by a vote of 9-1, with Councillor Rhino voting nay.
This concludes the report.
Thank you, Councillor Garden Cole. I would note of the item that is being put off is being put off till council night. So we will now move to, I'm looking here, here we go. The in-camera session around a land issue with Kelly Ash. So we'll ask staff to take us offline and they will let us know when we are in camera. All right, I would report that we met in camera to discuss a land issue. Staff was given instruction in camera. There are no motions coming forward from that. That concludes the business on the agenda today, so I will declare our meeting adjourned.